life get out if you are Team Jacob.
2. G Cluppy, thank you so much for the 16 months resub at tier 2. Thank you, G Cluppy. Team Edward for life. Get out if you're Team Jacob. Obviously, I'm Team Edward as well. I think you all know I'm a big R. Pats guy, so no controversy there. No controversy there. I've actually not ever seen a Twilight movie. I have never seen a single Twilight movie. I remember Twilight came out, you know, I was in like my mid-late 20s. I think I had kind of a reactionary anti-Twilight stance at the time because of the ways that like it was
you can
just
count
teen
on me.
girls
You're
really
gonna have
liked
good
it
old
so
Rob
much.
to talk you through all this.
10,000 sandwiches. Thank you so much for these 16 months as well. Resub at tier 2. Thank you. 10,000 sandwiches. So many sandwiches. Just a ridiculous number of sandwiches. So I had kind of a reactionary anti-Twilight stance. I can own that. I can admit that. I'm willing to give it a chance, though. I am willing to give it a chance. Is that tonight that's going on in the movie night? Fuck, I don't know if I can make that. I am interested in watching it though. I am interested in catching up on it. I don't know if I can go full community participation, but I am quite intrigued by it. Tonight at 6:45 PST in the Discord, there will be a Twilight viewing. The chat is taking movie night back with Twilight. Well, that's the thing. These chat organized movie nights are good. I approve. I can't say that Twilight is part of the Rob canon. Okay, Twilight is not part of the Rob canon. But I do encourage you all to hang out and have a good time. I think that'll be fun. Sick and tired of watching good movies. So I'm trying to eat some lunch here. Like I was right before it started, I was trying to eat it because this is like the worst food to eat on stream right now. It's gonna be a miracle if I don't make a huge mess here. Last night I made some like chicken legs. Or chicken thighs, sorry. Like it's with the leg and the thigh together. With some like onions, coconut milk, madras curry. Put that in the oven. For like, here's what I like to do. So I put that in the oven. Right? The chicken legs with the curry and the coconut milk and the onions. After I take it out, I let it sit for 10-15 minutes. Take the chicken out. And then I made a bunch of jasmine rice and I mixed the jasmine rice with the coconut, chicken, onion, spice concoction. And I mixed all the rice together to make kind of like a curry coconut rice accompaniment. It was very good. But now I'm trying to eat it for lunch and it's really not good. It's not good stream food to eat. I'm trying not to make a huge mess. So don't mind me. Put this over here. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Thank you for your contribution, Down South 617. Thank you for your contribution, sir. Or ma'am, no judgment there. We always appreciate hearing from new community members. All kinds of interesting folks stop by here. I'm glad we can all do our part to elevate the discourse. Listen, folks, you know I respect the marketplace of ideas. You know I respect the marketplace of ideas, everybody. Can we take some bets if you'll drip some on your shirt? I won't, because I'm being very careful. Metal dipshit, what's up? Just talk amongst yourselves for one moment. And if we can get a resolution to that story from down south, that'd be great. Just one sec. Almost finished. Okay. All right. I had a Skittles flavored energy drink at South by Southwest yesterday. How's that going, Sin Chow? How's South by Southwest going? Boy, what a memory that is for me. What a memory that is. Going down to South by Southwest in the summer or the spring or whatever time it was of... Yeah, it was still snowing in Canada, I guess I remember at the time, so it was not summer. Of 2008. 2008. Got a bunch of guys packed into a van and drove from Toronto, Ontario to Austin, Texas for South by Southwest. It was a life-changing experience for me. Changed the whole trajectory of my life. Speaking of energy drinks, though, too, because that was quite salty. Now I gotta wash that down. Back when men were men. That's right. The South by Southwest ape stacking tent. Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine that was lit. Chin Chin. I've been quite enjoying these tropical ones. These tropical monsters. With the pineapple. It's nice. And TRRS changed the whole trajectory of my life. Wow, that's wonderful to hear, Sin Chow. I love that. Absolutely love it. Oh. Oh. That hits the spot. I dug Austin when I was there in 2007 or so. I get the impression it's been gentrified beyond recognition, though. Yes, yeah, Sinchel, what do you weigh in on that? What do you think? Is Austin still weird? I know it's been gentrified a lot, but is it still a little bit weird, though? I need to know everything about the 9/11 metaverse tent. I didn't hear about this tent. Sounds great. I want to hear more about this as well. Rob has been saying Sin Chow the whole time. I had no idea who he was talking about until now. That's right. Valued community member Cinnamon Challenge, aka Sin Chow. Thank you, Super. I appreciate that. Sin Chow. Yeah, that's right. It sounds weird to say her full name. Well, I know, but I was just reminding everybody else if they weren't familiar with the lore. Will you attempt the Cinnamon Challenge on stream? I don't believe so. No. I don't believe I'll be doing this. Okay. Hang on, I'm starting to use Firefox because I've been having that browser issue. So I started to use Firefox, which seems to work better. Right now I'm using some kind of unholy combination of Firefox and Chrome. Meta really has. The Red Scare, when you were saying this, Red Scare, I just assumed it was made up. Meta really has a surviving 9/11 experience at South by Southwest. This could be us, but you playing. This guy looks very morose, too. He's treating this with the seriousness that it deserves. You've been added to the waitlist for surviving 9/11. 27 hours under the rubble. Okay, so apparently it's more serious than what this guy's making it out, than what it's being made out to be. This isn't a video game, but a somber first-person documentary about the last person to be rescued from 9/11. Having the sensation of being high up in the World Trade Center right before the towers hit was stomach-churning. I guess so. Look at this guy. You can tell he's very... Look at this. Seems serious. Seems like serious shit. Indeed. Yeah, it's still weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's a documentary. It's not a video game. It would be... Maybe that's something we should look at, though. I would use my expert gamer skills to escape the rubble. That's it. Should be no problem. Do we think the experience is a real-time 27-hour adventure? Zelensky also brought up 9/11 in his speech to Congress. I think we're going to have to watch these Zelensky speeches today. He spoke to Parliament in Canada yesterday. He spoke to Congress. I guess we're probably going to have to take a look at this today. And MLK, obviously, actually. Yeah, that's true. And Pearl Harbor. He's playing all the hits. We wouldn't make a video game out of a tragedy. Anyway, play this game about Fallujah or this one about doing Cold War era war crimes. That's right. We'd never take these important historical events and not treat them with the utmost seriousness. We would never do this. So Sin Chow just posted this energy drink, this South by Southwest energy drink. I'm fully on board with this. Zero sugar as well. God damn. Absolutely sign me up for some of that. While I'm in the market for a new sponsor, maybe I should be reaching out to this company. I want to have superhuman performance. That sounds wonderful. More so. Sign me up for this. Oh, man. I knocked that one back pretty fast. I would not advise going with C4. C4 was a supplement for a package of almost steroids 15 years ago, which caused massive health issues. They had to change the product of C4 and a bunch of the other products because they were violating FDA rules and causing huge health problems. Would not trust it. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's all right. I've got a very strong stomach. I've got a very powerful digestive system, so my body would simply defeat these harmful chemicals easily. The heart is the organ in question. Okay. Well, I got a bigger heart than anybody. You know, you folks know me. You know what I'm all about. Stronger than the steroids. That's right, Silver. Sometimes I just chew on cyanide. Just because I can. I'm just building up it's called natural immunity. I've spent the last few years building up an immunity for C4 energy drinks. Having an enlarged heart is bad, though. Well, how else am I supposed to make sure that everyone in this community feels loved and respected and cherished at all times? Okay, answer me that. Answer me that. You have to do so with a big heart. Otherwise, people start feeling left out. And you know what? That's not something I'm comfortable with. Yeah, it was the moral of the Grinch. This was bad. Obviously, that was a positive outcome for everybody. Sorry, I'm not going to mention what I'm doing right now. Again, just talk amongst yourselves. Maybe next time I'll get ready prior to the stream rather than during. No, no, no. I'm not doing anything. No, 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 no. Don't worry about it. Okay. Good to go. Sorry, not quite. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to do this. Gotta get tucked. Pants were riding a little low there, okay? Not a big deal, but that's what was going on. Tucker Carlson. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, we got lots of serious stuff to talk about today. Got a couple things planned to get into. What else is going on? I'm watching Succession. We got a Succession season 3 thread going in the Discord. I just watched the episode last night with Kendall's birthday party. When Kendall has his birthday party. I have I think 3 left. I think that was 6. I think maybe 2. I think I have 2 left. It's my birthday. Fuck you. Take off your jacket. Take it off. Brutal episode. These writers just love to torture Kendall. It's one of those things where they can tell they stumbled into something really cool with the actor and the character. And he's kind of sympathetic, but kind of not. And you can tell the writers are just like, how can we just like torture this character as much as possible? What was in the kid's gift? We don't know. He couldn't even find it. His own kids. On my will do errands, but I love the fit and blue light cord. Thank you, Marina. Thank you very much. I always like to get compliments from a fashion icon like Marina. Yeah, the actor is very good. I just remember him from The Big Short. He was good in that, but he just absolutely crushed this role. I mean, the cast is just overall very good. Like I was saying in the Discord, Kieran Culkin is just like one. He's good in everything that he appears in, but he's really like he's doing something kind of a next level thing with his performance as Roman Roy. You can tell he's really like in his element. You know who's even good? It's honestly annoying that Dash is in it. I was just gonna say though, she's very good on the show. She's good. What can I say? And I know I keep seeing the screenshot of Kieran Culkin doing something having something horrible having happened. I've seen this a bunch of times, and I really want to see what the moment is now. I'm going to try and catch up. That's what you said. I started Native Son last night. I'm liking it a lot already. That's really good, Old Dutch. What a fucking amazing book. And Richard Wright, really interesting character, really interesting person, really wonderful writer. A lot of really strong historical parallels too. It's like with the, we can see how, like around 100 years later, very little has changed. And this comes across a lot in Native Son. Yeah, we won't do any spoilers. No spoilers. I don't want to know what the moment is, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. I've seen the picture of him, I've seen that screenshot like a number of times of him like in his chair, so I know there's something crazy coming up. I'm looking forward to it. We were saying in the Discord too, it's like it was a huge relief when Kendall and we're trying not to get into the spoil. I don't want to spoil anything also, but it was a huge relief when he called off his whole like Billy Joel performance that he had planned, which you just knew was going to be a fucking train wreck. So when he backs out of it, it's just like, oh, thank you. It was just going to be so painful to watch, even though I quite liked his singing. I quite liked his singing at the beginning of the episode. I mean, it's just talking about the performance of Kendall too, just like a very interesting character in that, and this episode was like really exemplifies this character that's like put up this facade of like kind of projecting sort of confidence, and that he knows that he's in control and he knows what he's doing. And it's like you see over this episode, this facade just like crashes to the ground, and he's exposed as being completely fucking lost little child and helpless. There's a lot. I mean, that's what his whole character is, right? Like in the end of season one, remember when Brian Cox like finally like hugs him after the big tragedy that happens at the end of season one, and he just turns right back into a child. And Brian Cox is like, "You're my number one boy," because that's all he has to say to get his kids to just do whatever he wants. And he's just so weeping like a child. It's a really interesting character. That's kind of it seems to be what the writers and what the actors are having fun with. Exploring these, like, how it puts up these kind of sort of walls to obfuscate what's really going on. And then you see all the walls crash down. Totally. In season one, you think Kendall is 70% together, 30% regressed child. And the percentage gets worse and worse every season. This episode was really all about that. Because he's literally like he's at his birthday party with all his like childhood stuff, his treehouse, and like you get in, it's like being born. Oh man. It's really on the surface. All that subtext is on the surface in that episode. I was truly dreading it, but his vibe ended up being worse than the performance could have been. Yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. You feel really bad for Kendall. But at the same time, like I was saying also, it's like, he's not a good person. He likes to pretend that he is. And it's like he's trying to do these things that he thinks are good, but really it's all about his own self-promotion. It's about his own ego and his own narcissism. And he's kind of like trying to turn himself into some like heroic figure, but really it's all about his own desire for power and privilege and being respected and admired. It's not about actually trying to be a good person. That's why I like Roman in that show, because he has no pretense. You can't come in my treehouse. Yeah. this title. Hey, Nicole. Sounds like a lot of online figures. It's like, Rob, no, it's not like me. I actually am a good person, and I project being good because I am good, and that has nothing to do with narcissism or anything like that. So, no parallels there. No, okay. But that's why I like Roman though, because he just like there's no pretense, and he just leans into being a horrible person, and he kind of embraces it, and I think that's kind of like freeing in a way. The Letterman collar tug, yeah, classic. Truly the best portrayal of the irredeemability of the haute bourgeoisie ever put to camera. Shiv too, right? Shiv tried to project. She thinks she's better than like the rest of her family, and she keeps trying to project that. But really, it's like they're all just like horrible scumbags. She's so desperate and grasping. Yeah, she might be the worst. It's true. Roman seems like the best choice to run the company at this point, which I never would have called. Yeah, it's he's like leaning into that. And like, yeah, I was watching that episode where they're like trying to pick the new president or whatever, and Roman wants to go with this like psychotic YouTube fascist guy, and Shiv is like trying to go with like the safe bet, but it's like Roman knows more about the pulse of what's going on. I find the writing about when it comes to like politics that get into that show, it's like it's quite sharp. It's really sharp. Hey Rob, I got exposed to COVID after 2 years of avoiding the plague. Wish me luck. Hell, my goodness, yash butt. I hope you're okay. Get well soon. You're just exposed, or you're not tested positive? I liked Roger Stone for that reason. He's an actual unabashed villain. Yeah, no, it's true though. You admire it. You admire it in a way. I like when we're talking about Succession, which Nicole, I think you should watch this too. You admire. It's the same thing about Mearsheimer, right? I like when these good people are just honest. You know, they're awful people, but they're just like honest about what they believe, and they're not trying to obfuscate and pretend that they're about other things when it's like, and they're just like, yeah, I'm evil. I'm doing a bunch of evil stuff. Yes, I'm comfortable with that. I at least appreciate that, you know? An Outrun said, "Good morning, everyone. Clueless and I have decided to start True Detective Season 2, which I believe there are many fans. By that, I just mean Rob and Bolden. And Lodane as well. Lodane's a big Season 2 head as well. Very fun Outrun. Although Mearsheimer says America spreads democracy. Well, that's the thing. I don't agree with him. But he's at least like, you can tell he believes it, though. You can tell he believes this. Season 2 is a weird one. And honestly, Season 1 of True Detective is so great that Season 2 just feels kind of less good in comparison. But it's very enjoyable, though. I like Vince Vaughn in this show. Actually, I think Vince Vaughn is like very entertaining in Season 2. Colin Farrell, extremely entertaining in Season 2 as well. Season 2, very worth watching. Okay, I've never seen Succession, but my dad, who literally worships billionaires, loves the show. How do you explain this? I don't know if I can explain it, Yash, but I mean, I think it's a pretty like, if you kind of admire that lifestyle, it is kind of a glimpse behind the curtain, and you can kind of like see how this like the top 0.1% lives. And there's something that's kind of appealing about that, just the level of privilege and luxury that they have at all times. I think that's kind of appealing. For me, I find it appealing, like maybe on that level on one hand. It's also, I find you see that no matter how rich and powerful you are, it just seems like your life is constantly miserable. And there's no matter how much they don't have to worry about these like financial issues They don't have to worry about paying bills or whatever. But because they have this like level of power and pressure, they're still just always miserable, which I like that. I like to know that the powerful people that like control our society behind the scenes are still just like always feel like shit all the time. That's kind of like enjoyable to me. Yeah, it definitely doesn't glorify. It definitely doesn't glorify at all. G Cleppy, you know what I mean? It's like a preconceived notion about Succession glorifying the rich, but it's actually a great human drama. Yeah. Definitely not glorified at all. And it's kind of enjoyable. And it's just like a really good cast. Sharp, like I said, sharp writing. Like Veep. Yeah, Veep is like probably the most realistic portrayal of how our political culture functions. When are we going to see your show? I don't know. I mean, I hope one day. I hope one day. I am working on a top secret project, a TV project. Who knows? It's not exactly easy to get these things to see the light of day. But I am going to try. We got something really cool happening. And I'm hoping one day it's going to actually get made into a thing. But I don't want to like, that's not something where I'm going to count my chickens before they hatch, as the saying goes. Because it's very, very difficult to translate that from an idea to a script to an actual thing where there's actors and sets and cameras and all that stuff. So I'm not going to start imagining that that's happening. When it actually happens, I will believe it. It's a Studio 60 reboot. That's exactly right. Yeah. Can't wait to see Rob on Hot Ones after having enormous success on the TV writing front. And he passes out for the mild sauce. I like spicy stuff. God, I made one comment about putting pepper on my fucking Kraft dinner. One time. Never have to hear the end of this. I enjoy spicy stuff. I like it. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about what it's about right now. Let me wait till it's like more, until it comes together more. Let me wait till it comes together more, and I'll talk about it. Should make something for Means TV. We're aiming higher. Means TV is really cool. Root Beard. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. We're swinging for the fences with this one now. I like how this has become. I'm actually very happy that this has become a meme on the show. This is great. Yeah. We all know what it means. Only true Sorkin heads get this. Here's a Sorkin scene. We haven't watched this one. This is probably the most Sorkin thing after that moment that I've been playing. If you've never I don't know if Nicole's still here. I hope so. Nicole needs to see this one. This is like really important. I hope she's still there. This is when the episode of Newsroom where they get Bin Laden, where Osama bin Laden is compromised to a permanent end. And our brave newsmen, obviously the first on the front lines of this. Our front lines, they're on the front lines. This is really good stuff. Okay? Our brave newsmen. They just want to report the goddamn news.
I'm the guy who wins the lottery and loses a ticket.
And he's stuck on the
Biggest story in a
plane.
generation, and I'm a spectator.
You are not.
He's stuck on the plane, folks, and he can't. All he wants to do is report the goddamn news. It's the biggest story of the year. And this guy's stuck on the plane and can't report the news. That's all he wants to do.
A spectator. We are locked on a plane and we still help put it together. That's pretty good.
What is this compulsion you have to look on the bright side? I can never count on you to be Jewish.
If it helps, we should probably be concerned about violent retaliation.
That does help, man. Thanks.
My regret is that I'd like to have been with my wife for this. Johnny'd wake up the kids, bring them down to the studio, we'd all watch together.
Yes, I'd like to be with your wife, too. I'd like to be in the newsroom with Will and Charlie and her and you.
And Maggie.
I said Maggie.
No, you didn't.
You didn't. So you have to ask yourself, what happens when you and Maggie break up? Which you know is going to happen, and Jim's with someone else.
We were talking that loud?
Over Delaware, after the second scotch? There's passengers in row 22 who know about you, Maggie, and Jim.
True story.
Shut up.
Excuse me. I've got a text message saying the president is speaking tonight in a few minutes. Do you know anything about this?
The internet says he's speaking on a matter of grave national security.
Yeah, I've got the same thing.
I've got a flight that's been canceled. Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about?
Has there been a terrorist attack?
No.
Wait, there's been a terrorist attack?
No, there hasn't.
I got an email saying we're at war with Libya.
Nope.
You guys know what's going on, don't you?
Folks, there hasn't been a terrorist attack. None of your friends and family are in danger. The president will be speaking in just a few minutes.
No.
Listen, they're just...
Oh, no. Oh, no. There's some woman. Folks, there's a woman here that doesn't want to let this man report the news. Come on. There's some obstinate woman refuses to let this man report the news, which is the only thing he wants to do in his heart. Some woman thinks she has authority. Can you believe this? Oh my gosh. And yet she persisted. A woman wants to tell this guy what to do. Unbelievable. My goodness gracious.
Are in danger. The president will be speaking in just a few minutes.
No.
Listen, they're just nervous
I don't
because
care. You do not take over control of the cabin.
they're getting emails and going online and seeing.
You do not take over control of the cabin, ever. Now
Ma'am,
sit down
No,
and...
you know,
I'm getting the captain.
yeah, get the captain, because I'd like to have a word with him. The seatbelt while we're standing still is one thing, but how paranoid do you have to be to think that I'm declaring myself in charge of the...
Nicole, I really wanted you to see this because it's really important, okay? So, this is the episode of The Newsroom where Osama bin Laden has been compromised to a permanent end. Jim and the crew are trapped on a plane. They can't get to the newsroom. They're stuck on a plane on the tarmac. They can't go and report the goddamn news, which is the only thing that he wants to do. Okay? And he just tried to start to settle people down. Everyone's getting all kinds of crazy ideas. They're getting misinformation, disinformation, wrong information. They don't know what to do. They're starting to panic. They think there's been a terrorist attack. They don't know what's going on. And this man's trying to report the news to the cabin, calm everyone down. And you got some woman there. You got some woman telling him that he can't do it. She thinks she has authority. I'm just going to rewind a little bit because I know this is really important.
Break up, which you know is going to happen, and Jim's with someone else.
We were talking that loud?
Over Delaware, after the second scotch? There's passengers in row 22 who know about you, Maggie, and Jim.
True story.
They all know about the drama,
Excuse me.
about Maggie and
I've
Jim.
got a text message saying the president is speaking tonight in a few minutes. Do you know anything about this?
The internet says he's speaking on a matter of grave national security.
Yeah, I've got the same thing.
I've got a flight that's been canceled.
They're starting to
Does that have
panic.
anything to do with what you're talking
Has there been a terrorist attack?
No.
Wait, there's been a terrorist attack?
No, there hasn't.
I got an email saying we're at war with Libya.
Nope.
Not
You
yet.
guys know what's going on, don't you?
folks, there hasn't been a terrorist attack. None of your friends and family are in danger. The president will be speaking in just a few minutes.
No.
Listen, they're just nervous
I don't
because
care. You do not take over control of the cabin.
they're getting emails and going online and seeing.
You do not take over control of the cabin, ever.
Ma'am,
Now sit down
No,
and...
you know.
I'm getting the captain.
Yeah, get the captain, because I'd like to have a word with him. The seatbelt while we're standing still is one thing, but how paranoid do you have to be to think that I'm declaring myself in charge of the...
Is there a problem, sir?
Yeah, I was just asking how paranoid you have to be.
He immediately the authority. Look at
Sir.
Captain, my name is Don Kiefer.
he sees the pilot wings. He's like, oh my goodness. He's basically a troop. He's basically a troop. What am I doing? I'm being disrespectful.
Captain, my name is Don Kiefer. That's Elliot Hirsch, and that's Sloan Sabbath. We work for Atlantis Cable News, and we wanted you and your first officer and flight attendant Crazy Lady to be the first ones on this plane to know that our armed forces killed Osama bin Laden for you tonight.
You're serious?
Yes, sir. We reported the news.
We reported the news. Flight attendant Crazy Lady threw that in there as well. They neutralized the real threat. Yeah, an uppity woman. A woman that tried to tell this man what to do. This great man. She tried to tell this great man what to do. The real threat. Neutralized to a permanent end the true threat here. It's deadly serious, Yash, but that's how you have to interpret it. This is not ironic. It's not satire. This is 100% serious. And look at just the way he changes his... He's in the middle of screaming at a woman. And he sees this is why I love Sorkin, man. Because it gives you... It's a window into the liberal mind. The wealthy male liberal mind, specifically. He's in the middle of yelling at this woman. He's in the middle of yelling at this woman, and the appeal to... He sees an authority figure, and he immediately is like, oh. A man is being sexist, and you're laughing. Okay, not to mention that according to Seymour Hersh, Obama's whole press conference fucked up their whole story about the bin Laden shooting. We gotta dig into this. We gotta get pilled on this, even more red scary. I'm sorry.
There hasn't been a terrorist attack. None of your friends and family are in danger. The president will be speaking in just a few minutes.
No.
Listen, they're just nervous
I don't
because
care. You do not take over control of the cabin.
they're getting emails and going online and seeing.
You do not take over control of the cabin, ever.
Ma'am,
now sit down
No,
and...
you know.
No.
I'm getting the captain.
Yeah, get the captain, because I'd like to have a word with him. The seatbelt while we're standing still is one thing, but how paranoid do you have
You
to
should
be
get
to think that I'm
tased. You gotta
declaring
tase this
myself
man.
in charge of the...
Is there a problem, sir?
Yeah, I was just asking how paranoid you have to be.
Sir. Sir.
Oh my god. That's just wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. And then he throws in the insult to the woman as well, but while he's in this sanctimonious, self-righteous speech
Captain,
about
my name
this.
is Don Kiefer. That's Elliot Hirsch, and that's Sloan Sabbath. We work for Atlantis Cable News.
His heart is filled with so much respect
And
for
we
the man
wanted
in
you and
uniform.
your first officer and flight attendant Crazy Lady.
Flight
to be the
attendant
first
Crazy
ones on this
Lady.
plane to know that our
For doing her fucking job. I'm sure she's thrilled to be here as well. on the tarmac with some self-righteous prick standing up and yelling in the fucking cabin. I'm sure she's just thrilled. Yes, she's really crazy. Yes, is the flight attendant also not in uniform? That's right. She's also in uniform. One of the Chapo guys made the point about the scene with fucking way more flight attendants died on 9/11 than pilots. Yeah, that is true. Flight attendant crazy lady. Yeah, just out of her mind for doing her basic job in the face of like this self-righteous, arrogant prick. Amazing. What an incredible scene. Imagine this is what I think of. This is what's so amazing about Sorkin in the newsroom and all these Sorkin, like Studio 60. The idea of sitting down and writing this completely seriously and just being totally, totally serious. No satire, no irony. And sending the script to HBO and for them to say, yeah, okay, and getting actors to act it and block it and film it with cameras. And everyone that watched it at the time as well, it was a popular show when it was coming out, when it was on. And people were like, yeah, thank you. It's really amazing to think about, isn't it? I didn't even connect this to the fact that 9/11 was done on planes. That's why it was for him.
Forces killed Osama bin Laden for you tonight.
For you, sir. They killed Osama bin Laden for you.
You're serious?
Yes, sir.
And they're to the flight.
We reported the news.
And they're to the flight attendant. They're like, how dare you interrupt this great man? How dare you? Carol, if you just go into YouTube and type Seymour Hersh bin Laden, there are clips of varying length to choose from. Is that something we want to go down? Do we want to go down this rabbit hole right now? We reported the news. Makes me so mad. It's the only thing this man cares about, Stu. He just wants to report the goddamn news. I'm so glad I never watched that series. I'd have died of a fucking heart attack. That's the thing, though. I would recommend everyone watch it. I would recommend everyone watch every single episode of Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip and The Newsroom. And just view it as like a satire. View it as if someone is doing it to make fun of liberals and their sense of self-importance and their sense of self-righteousness. If you just watch it like that, as if it's a satire, it's the greatest satire you can imagine. It's like studying the enemy. You have to watch all of Sorkin to understand his brain. I mean, if you want to understand the way liberals lost their minds in the Trump era, particularly when it came to Trump's whole like his constant like back and forth with like journalists like CNN, and how these like fucking pampered loser journalists like Jim Acosta or whoever all of a sudden thought they were on the front lines of some like war or some like ideological battle. The sense of like self-importance and self-righteousness they have, like it's very clear when you watch The Newsroom, like how these people think. The Newsroom, they should bring it back actually to do a Trump era season, because it would be fucking amazing. I would watch every single episode. I don't think I ever watched this. I feel like I should finish watching the series. I'm sure people still use 9/11 or 9/11 as a central part of their personality besides ghouls like Giuliani and Bush. I mean, I'm for Socialista. You can see these journalist guys like on each anniversary of 9/11. That's the kind of stuff they say. They're like, oh, I know it was the people in the towers and the firefighters that rushed into the building to rescue people. They were the primary victims. But like we were right on the front lines. We were right on the front lines of this. We were traumatized as well. Why? Like, we need to have a parade as well. We need to have a special day of remembrance for the brave CNN journalists that were talking about this. This is how they think. Like, they actually think like this. Is there an episode where he embeds himself with the Azov battalion? There is an episode. There is, unironically, this is not Sorkin, but there's that film. Is it Broadcast News? Starring William Hurt, who just passed away, from the 80s. And who else is in that? I was watching it the other day. I didn't watch the whole movie, though. And they embed themselves with the fucking Contras in, like, El Salvador. And they're, like, embedded with, like, a detachment of like a right-wing death squad. The finale of The Newsroom must be the longest I've cringed consecutively. I gotta watch it. Maybe we should do a community watch of this, folks. Come on. Come on now. We should do a community watch of this. The last episode is so funny. Now that I'm watching this again, I have to watch this again. Yeah, it is Broadcast News. It is Broadcast News from the 80s. I didn't watch the whole. I started watching it the other day. I didn't watch the whole thing. Good old Rob to talk you through all this. Pinklon, thanks for gifting a sub to super obnoxious all caps name. Yeah, and in Broadcast News, you've got Albert Brooks who does like a hit from El Salvador, like embedded with the right wing death squad. Man, there's also the scene where another great newsroom scene is the one where Gabrielle Giffords is shot. Oh, imagine the 9/11 episode of West Wing on January 6th. Yeah, if there was a newsroom a whole newsroom season on the last year of the Trump administration, which the finale could be on January 6th. Come on. Come on, that would be wonderful. That would be so good. Yeah, but the episode of the newsroom, I would like to watch the clip, but I think they play Coldplay and I'll probably get in trouble for watching it. I'll probably get muted or something. But it's the episode where Gabrielle Giffords is shot and they're reporting on that. And they make the tough call not to pronounce her dead. All the other networks are going ahead with the news. They want to break the story first. They're saying that she died. And they're like, no. What's the line? It's like, a doctor pronounces her dead, not a news anchor. And then at the end, it's like, she's still alive. And they get the music swells, which I believe is Fix You by Coldplay. And they're all looking at each other with these, they're all like really happy. And they feel really like self-satisfied about their decision. It's really good. It's really good stuff. We reported the news. Charlie's heart attack at work. So I can't remember if these have like musical sequences. And there's always women like that's another big thing about the women, like the slapstick comedy with the women characters. Not only do you have Dawn in this scene, just admonishing the fucking stewardess for just doing her basic job. But yeah, all the female characters in this show who are supposed to be like hyper confident, they're always just like falling down and like fucking embarrassing themselves and embarrassing the men and like. Is it really good stuff? No, it is. It is good stuff. What is this, Eric? What are we torching ourselves with now?
Did you put her up to that?
Let's go in my office.
No! We'll go where I fucking say we go!
Charlie.
Did you put her up to it?
Nobody put me up to anything.
What did you think you were doing? You saw the question she was going to ask?
I was doing the interview the only way that made sense
You
to me.
were openly insubordinate.
I was told to do this interview.
You knew what I was looking for.
I did, and I didn't like it, but I did it anyway.
That was my interview. Mac
And
was
I
responsible
tried to do
for
the best I
anything.
could, but
I'm
I didn't.
tired of this. Did you get the Princeton kid?
Charlie, let's go into my office and sit down for a minute.
Did you get the Princeton kid?
Screaming at women
Why
again.
not?
Couldn't find her.
You couldn't.
No.
You couldn't find her.
No.
Is this a mutiny?
It's an intervention.
I'm trying to keep this together.
Her and her. Tell them to pack their shit and get out of here.
I apologize for the interview.
I don't.
Pack up your shit and get out of here, lady.
Look.
She tore apart our network, except it isn't ours. It's mine. So either Thelma and Louise vacate the premises in the next 5 minutes, or I will fire the motherfucking lot of you right now.
No, you won't. Because you can't. Only I can. A parting gift from Mrs. Lansing, who on her worst day would never.
Like, only I can scream at these women, sir. Only I can scream at these women. Then all of a sudden he gets all self-righteous when someone else is like, I also want to scream at them. I'm mad too. And he's like, no. Only I may do this.
We need to talk. You and me right now, okay?
Upstairs. Nobody leaves the premises until we figure out how to fix this fucking calamity.
I'll be back in a minute.
He was literally just screaming in their faces.
Let's be in my office.
I'm there.
Oh. Oh. I wasn't ready for that.
Be in my office.
I'm there.
Those women killed him. Oh my goodness. They didn't do what they were told until he fucking died. They just didn't do what they were told, and this man died as a result. Kamala would kill Joe just like this. That's right. Oh my goodness. I gotta rewatch this now. Because I stopped watching it at the time. I started watching the show unironically, and I thought it was kind of silly. But eventually I was just like, this is so bad, I can't watch this anymore. But now I'm coming all the way around to it, and then I actually want to watch it all now. This is what happens when women don't listen to men. Simple as. Please read my last comment or I will cry. Okay, I don't want that. I don't want that. I desperately want you to watch Designated Survivor. It's not Sorkin, but I'm desperate for your analysis. It seems really entertaining, honestly. I think I'm sure I would find Designated Survivor entertaining for all the same reasons that I find Sorkin entertaining. I would absolutely like to watch that. Okay, this isn't Sorkin, I don't believe, but this is Sorkin-esque.
Really great is if you weren't here right now, because you broke me again, and I still love you. But I gotta get over you because I've had enough misery for one life.
Just the man I was looking for.
Great. What now?
You tested positive for COVID-19.
What would be really great is if...
Just the man I was looking for.
Great. What now?
You tested positive for COVID-19.
We've all been there. Well, okay, so Stu, I wanted to watch the Gabriel Giffords thing. By the way, I mean, it's worth pointing out just the ridiculousness of the idea of, like, this is how the news should have happened. You know? That's the whole premise of the newsroom. It's like, we're going to cover all these real events. We're going to show, like, what a real newsroom with real journalists that want to report the goddamn news properly. This is how they would really do it. And it's so funny to do that from the benefit of the future with the benefit of hindsight and knowing exactly what everything happened and being like, this is what we should have done. But it's like you're literally doing it from the future. And you're criticizing like what was happening, but it's like you know exactly what happened and you know exactly the right thing to do and the exact coverage that it should be because it's not like actually happening live. They sacrifice so much to bring us the news. They're America's true heroes. So like I kind of want to watch the Giffords clip, but I don't. It's because there's Coldplay. They play Coldplay famously. Real journalists beg Jen Psaki for a no-fly zone. This is actually a great segue, Red Scary. Great segue. Yeah, I don't want to watch the Giffords thing because of Coldplay, Stu. But I'm going to listen, post it. I'll post it in the chat again. Stu just posted this. This is the Gabriel Giffords moment that I was mentioning before. And it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. In fact, I can keep the title because we've seen how Sorkin has influenced all these journalists. All these journalists now, just like the Obama administration officials, the speechwriters, and people in the Obama administration, they all thought that they were in a Sorkin show. They all drank the Sorkin brain poison. And they all thought that they were on the West Wing and that things would work out just like they did in the West Wing if they just like showed how like cool and correct they were in their opinions. And now these journalists are the same way. These journalists they still think that they're in the, and Psaki herself is a Sorkin fan, yeah. And yeah, these journalists today think that they're in a Sorkin show. Not as wild as the other clips, but in like the first or second episode, they have a scene where someone mansplains what a panic attack while the other character is going through one. Yeah, I don't doubt that.
And simply put, you are a smart, talented guy who isn't very nice, and the countdown to your retirement from relevance started the moment you called conservatives idiots and liberals losers.
That's enough.
A bad reaction to vertigo medicine. Did you just send that gift wrap to every comedian in the world?
I didn't have a lot of time to think.
You think maybe if you'd let me prep you for that? You had a brand!
I'm a Marine, Don. I will beat the shit out of you. I don't care how many protein bars you eat. Hey.
Okay, let's watch these bloodthirsty journalists. Okay? It's a good segue, actually. We're talking about the newsroom. Let's now look at some actual, real life liberal journalists. Because this clip is fucking stunning. Okay? And we can keep the same title because it's the same fucking principle. It's all Sorkin. This is Sorkin's world and we're just living in it. You know what? First I'm going to tweet that I'm live. How about that? What do you think about that? You know, I got to bring on Paradoomer to talk about Sorkin. I wonder if he'd be available for a little chat. I want to find that clip that cursed Sam Sider made of me. The picture that cursed Sam Sider made of me where I'm the Sigma male thing. Let me just find that. Here we go. Yeah, tweet that I'm live, and we can get into this. Okay, did that. I'll actually show you. See, sometimes I do good go live tweets. Are Shonda Rhimes and Samantha Bee like female versions of Sorkinism? I think so. Yeah, I think so, Afro-Socialista. The Sorkin mindset has infected everything. All prominent libs now. All these libs that kind of came out of school in the late 90s, early 2000s. They've all got Sorkin brain because West Wing was the big thing at that time for the libs. Hey, what's up, Nick? Heard this guy runs a foreign policy talk show. That's right. So we can look at Zelensky's speech or whatever talk that he gave to Congress. We can look at what he said to Parliament in Canada the other day. So why are Sigma males so hated? I don't know. We just kind of like... I think it's because we succeed despite not having the qualities that society traditionally tells us men are supposed to have. And you say, look at this guy. This guy's like... I mean, obviously he's super handsome, athletic, intelligent, yes. But he doesn't... He has this kind of like different quality. More subdued energy. He's got a different energy. Yeah. He's like probably like a big sports guy. He's funny. He's intelligent. That's when people say this kind of stuff about me. But it's kind of different. It's a different energy. And it's frustrating to people. It's frustrating because they're like, why, if this guy's successful, why am I not successful? It gives them this feeling of like, you know, inadequacy. If I had to guess, you know. At least we had Colbert and Jon Stewart, but not these days, unfortunately. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing Afro-Socialista. I mean, it's like you see those guys were like kind of doing some interesting satire in the 2000s under Bush, but you can see as soon as a intelligent liberal took over the reins of the United States government and the imperial machine, both of those guys just didn't know how to handle it. That's when they both just completely lost relevance. Because they could kind of be somewhat incisive and they could have kind of sharp satire when it came to these like dumb conservative guys that they kind of disrespected and they didn't appreciate or they didn't respect. Yeah. these dumb Southern evangelicals. Like, Sorkin has no problem making fun of those people. But as soon as like a intelligent, thoughtful liberal takes over the United States government, the very people that they admire, that they respect, that they project their own qualities onto, and they take over the imperial machine, and they take over the levers of power in the United States government, they completely lost their ability to have this kind of sharp satire. When you saw that there's a continuity between the dumb evangelicals that they despise and these competent, educated liberals that they respect. And all of a sudden, but like the end product is the same. The foreign policy, yeah, it's slightly different, but it's like overall, it's still horrific. All these domestic policies, immigration, and that's why they always bend over backwards to be like, oh, he can't do anything. You know? He just can't do it. He wants to do all the good things, but he just can't. He's being hamstrung in every way, in every step of the way, by the evangelical conservatives that we don't like. They're still at fault here. Or it's because of fucking, it's today they say, oh, it's Joe Manchin. Before they said, oh, it's Joe Lieberman. If only if it wasn't this few things, these institutional roadblocks, then they'd be doing the good things. Because they can't admit that ultimately it's their own ideology is just as violent. It's just as dehumanizing. They can't admit that about themselves. And when they see Obama out there authorizing drone strikes that blow up hospitals and weddings and funerals and kill kids and civilians, that's holding a mirror up to them and showing how dehumanizing and violent their own ideology is, and they can't admit it. They can't accept that about themselves. If it wasn't for Trump, we'd be at war with Iran right now. I don't know if that's true, considering that was one of the only good things Obama did on a foreign policy level was normalize relations with Iran and signed the Iran deal. And Trump literally arbitrarily exited that. That was literally one of the only good things Obama did in foreign policy perspective. So I wouldn't agree with that stance, considering Trump arbitrarily canceled that deal. So I don't know if I believe that. Anyway, talking about the way, I mean, it's another good segue. Talking about the ways that these liberals, despite styling themselves as being, thoughtful and benevolent and educated and non-violent, when you see this press conference and you see these fucking bloodthirsty freaks who, again, are always the first people to lecture about violence and authoritarianism, and you see these people are just clamoring. They're clamoring for more escalation and more war here. Like, they love it. This is the only time they ever get mad at the Biden administration, because Psaki's one of them, right? Jen Psaki is one of them. Yeah, Trump executed Soleimani and almost did start a war. So yeah, I don't really agree with that analysis when it comes to Trump there. Psaki's one of them, and they respect and admire her just like they respect and admire Joe Biden. But when it comes to this war shit, when they're not being warlike enough and they're not respecting the troops enough and they're not, escalating these conflicts so that the people that actually run the media in the United States, the weapons industry, the defense contractors who fund all these media outlets, when what we're doing is not good enough for their business, that's the only time they hold these people to account. Remember in the weeks leading up to the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Remember how much the media, like these exact people, were losing their fucking minds in the weeks leading up to Biden getting out of Afghanistan. Because they're like, what? Sir? What? Bah? That's what they were doing. The face. They were doing the face the entire time. And now they're doing it now when it comes to Ukraine. Plexus Ranger, why are you making excuses for Trump? Why are you making excuses for him? Oh, he only killed Soleimani and almost started a war because the NatSec hawks told him he'd be perceived as weak if he didn't do it. Oh, okay, in that case. You're watching Prime content and only 3 subs. I don't know, Nicole. I don't know what's going on, honestly. I will do some serious shilling in, another 20, 30 minutes. I appreciate you shilling for me, Bad Bunny. I appreciate that a lot. But let's look at this clip. He made us watch the newsroom for like an hour. Listen, G-Cluppy, we got to understand these people. Watching the newsroom was actually a perfect way to understand the journalists in this room right now, in the White House press briefings. When you see look at that pilot and be like, oh, he's basically a troop. He's basically a troop. And above all else, we have to respect the troops because that's how we know the conservatives will respect us. The Sorkin grind set just doesn't bring in the subs. It's true. So let's look at this clip again. So I mentioned these liberals, they like to style themselves as being like nonviolent. They style themselves as being better than conservatives. They're thoughtful. They're well spoken. They're educated, and this should like dispel anyone who thinks that like these people are not the most blood crazed psychopaths of anybody. As much as they like to talk about tankies and authoritarianism and political violence and all this stuff, these people just crave violence. They're the most violent people there are. Yeah, the most bloodthirsty of all. This clip is really stunning. Check this out.
Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials have made so clear that what they believe they need the most is more warplanes and fighter jets. So why is the U.S. assessing something different? Why does the U.S. believe they know better what
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, Disturbo, for the 5 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much, Disturbo. Yeah, this gets worse. Why are you not escalating this war with Russia? Why aren't we going full scale in Russian conflict right now? Why are we being cowards? Like, that's basically what they're asking.
Saying they need the most.
It sounds like, we're pretty dug in on our position when it comes to the no-fly zone, when it comes to the MiGs, despite this growing bipartisan call in Congress to shift a little bit. So,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. 10,000 sandwiches. Thank you very much for the 2 Tier 1 subs. Now I'm trying to watch the thing. Now I'm being disrupted. Now I'm trying to watch this content. I'm being interrupted by it. More women reporters. I just need you all to know if China invades the US in response, the only thing I will do is install Duolingo. Absolutely, me too. I'm gonna be going outside. Do you guys need any like assistance? Do you need any like directions to like strategic anything? Just let me know. Let me know what you need. I got some food inside. I don't mind. Just let me know whatever you need. I got you. I know where the weapons are manufactured. I can point you in the right direction. Go there 1950s style with an apron and some lemonade. Listen, they get thirsty.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
They get very thirsty.
Interrupting cow says
it's thirsty
cow
work invading a
dance.
country. Useless teammate, thank you for the 200 friend coin. Now I'm getting interrupted while I'm trying to watch this video. These invasions are making me thirsty. You need some tea. Whatever you need. Whatever you guys need. I'll show you how to get to where the RCMP office is. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, B-Rat, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, B-Rat. This is a ground war and Russia's losing. We don't need to throw more gas on the fire. I would kind of dispute the notion that they're losing, Rootbeard. I'm very leery about all the information that comes out about this because there's been a ton of disinformation about this. So I don't like. I'm open to the idea that it's not going as great as they would hope that it was.
Size of the account.
Shout out to the only consistent woman on TRRS. Text to speech lady.
Thank you, Nicole.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Nicole, for the 200 friend coin. And thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs as well. So now we're pausing this. We just got started in this important video. Now I'm pausing for the hype train. I got us all queued up. I got us all set, ready to go. Perfect segue. Perfect introduction.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
This is what a feminist looks like. Ones and zeros because she is the text-to-speech lady.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
It is hard for me, Bad Bunny. It is hard for me. Thank you for the 200 friend coin, G.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very, very much, Gen X Bushy. For the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Gen X Bushy.
Use the computer to mark up the
really
size of the account.
Can someone stop this madness? Bun rage.
John McCain's Ghost, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Nick Sauce, my friend, my IRL friend Nick. Thank you, John McCain's Ghost. Thank you, Useless Teammate, for the 200 friend coin as well. Speaking of merch, when are we getting TRRS merch? Soon. Very soon. We got merch coming. This is why I'm thinking about it. I'm always hustling. Okay, that's part of the Sigma grind set. I'm always hustling. That's why it's in the back of my mind. We are going to have merch coming soon. It's in the works, baby. That's right. We're just going to get through this, folks. We're going to get through this, and then we'll get back to this important journalism that we're doing. So the flub.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
7 months, Babby.
This MF said Babby. Thank you, Lily. Thank you very much for the 7 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So the flub was the side effect of being so Sigma. That's right. That's exactly right. We don't need to look at the clip. The TRRS sweatshop is running at full capacity. Correct. Absolutely correct. Rob gave $1 million to his worst enemy to motivate him to get to $2 million. That's how I operate. Yeah. Make your biggest enemies your biggest customers. That's what I'm often saying. That's why I'm gonna give a discount to Joe Posting. That guy Joe Posting on a hoodie. For the Rousseau Institute. We're going to invite him to be a speaker at the Rousseau Institute. Get him a shirt. To my biggest haters and to my biggest customers. That's the Sigma grind set. When is the TRS merch going to drop? If I get this new job, maybe I'll get some. Soon. Very soon. It's in the works right now. Exactly, Nicole. That's exactly what's going on. Supporting factory workers in Shenzhen, which is closed down because of coronavirus right now, which is going to totally disrupt our supply chain.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You're doing great work, Rob. Slubbing for more.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Billy. Thank you for the 3 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have that Palestinian chant I posted in shitposting where the guy is singing for China to invade Taiwan stuck in my head. That was quite funny. I saw that today as well. It's an underrated aspect to all this, where you have the global South being like, when white people are not around, they're like, they're encouraging a lot of this stuff. Why I say this is because of the incredible slow pace of their advancements, poor strategic planning, horrible logistics, capabilities, and poor quality of weapons, equipment, and supplies issued to troops. I mean, maybe some of that is true. Maybe some of it isn't. Rootbeard. Again, I'm a very leery about the information that comes out about this. I'm sure there's elements of that are true, but I think the ultimate thing that I do agree with you on is that pouring more gasoline on this fire, which is what these journalists want, and what our whole media establishment, what our whole political establishment seems to be intent on, is going to make things worse and not better. I agree with that. Bradley Whitford's only good acting performance in Billy Madison. I got to admit, I actually, like, as much as I talk shit about Sorkin and Studio 60 and the newsroom and this stuff, I do actually like The West Wing. Like, it's a good show. Like, at least with West Wing, the sense of, like, self-importance that they have, it's not these, like, self-important liberals at a comedy TV show, or it's not self-important liberals, like, doing the goddamn news, but they're actually, like, in the White House. Like, they actually are doing, like, important things. And it's entertaining. I like Bradley Whitford on that show. I like Bradley Whitford on that show. I must admit. Josh Lemon Lyman. No, they don't talk like normal people. No, because it's still Sorkin. Still a very interesting window into the lib mindset, though. Gosh, my hair is like, I think I got to start putting some kind of wax or something in there. It's insane how every question was pro-escalation. Nothing was asked about diplomacy. Well, exactly. And once I stopped getting rudely interrupted by people subscribing to the channel, I'll be able to get back to this. Need a side shave? I don't know if I could. Well, I mean, when I got it cut, it had a side shave, but it's growing in a bit. Yeah, and the Korean War. I agree with that, Yash, but we should peace on the Korean Peninsula in our lifetimes. We're gonna see it, inshallah. Have you looked? Yeah, and it's a subject that we haven't actually talked about much. The new president-elect of South Korea, who seems totally crazy, and talk about someone that wants to escalate that conflict even more, rather than, you know, when Trump was like kind of trying to get involved in that diplomatic process, there was a possibility of like having actual peace, which now seems completely fucking gone out the window. And talk about our bloodthirsty liberal friends, when Donald Trump was like trying to get in the middle of these negotiations for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, our bloodthirsty liberal journalist friends were all like, no, how dare you, sir? We can never end the Korean War. That's what these people were all saying then as well. Remember? You saluted a new North Korean general. What? Exactly. We got 40 seconds left, folks. Can we get to 20? Do you think we can get to 20? Slubs. Honestly, that was one of the only half-decent things Trump did, even though it did fell apart. Yeah, I agree with that, Yash Butt. I agree with that. That was the weird thing about it, was that he, like I was mentioning, he arbitrarily got out of that Iran deal, which was horrible.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk us through all
Banana
this.
Grabber, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub as well. You don't want war, you must be gay for Kim Jong-un. That's basically what they were saying, yeah. Thank you very much for the contributions, folks. So now we can get serious again, right? I'm trying to be serious here. Libs being mad about Trump possibly preventing North Korea from shooting nukes at us was so insane to watch in real time. And It was, yeah. And it's one thing I'm proud of, that at the time I was like, as much as I didn't like Trump, I was like I was supportive of that. I've got the receipts. I've got the receipts for my interest in Juche and in my interest in peace on the Korean Peninsula. Now Rob can finally stop interrupting women when they speak in videos. That fucking clip is so great. No! A woman coming to tell me what to do. Unbelievable. And we can be a little gay for Kim Jong-un. He's looking like his whole snack recently. It's not true. Nothing to apologize for. He looks good. Okay? That's not political. That's not a political judgment. The guy looks good. Nothing wrong with it. Okay? Okay, so let's look at this clip. This is the White House press corps just begging the White House to escalate this conflict in Ukraine into a global fucking holocaust, nuclear holocaust. Here it is. Thank you again for all the support, everyone.
Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials have made so clear that what they believe they need the most is more warplanes and fighter jets. So why is the U.S. assessing something different? Why does the U.S. believe they know better what Ukraine needs than what Ukrainian officials are saying they need the most?
It sounds like, we're pretty dug in on our position when it comes to the no-fly zone, when it comes to the MiGs, despite this growing bipartisan call in Congress to shift a little bit. So, to put it bluntly, is Zelensky wasting his time tomorrow asking for these things?
President Zelensky is going to be speaking to Congress tomorrow. He's been pushing for fighter jets, a no-fly zone. You have to hear some of those same requests tomorrow as well. Has the administration shifted on that at all?
Estonia, though, calling for a no-fly zone. They're a NATO.
What about
member.
Estonia?
They share a border with Russia. How do we view their calls for a no-fly zone?
And on President Zelensky's address,
And like we were talking about, it's like, in case not, if you're not familiar with what a no-fly zone is, it's not a magical spell. It's not a magical spell that gets cast over the skies of Kiev that makes it so no planes can fly. It's literally they call it a no-fly zone exactly so that's what you think about when you hear those words. What it means is taking the military and bombing airfields and bombing planes and shooting planes out of the sky to ensure that they can't fly in certain places. Just so we're all clear on that. Like, that's what that means. Spells were banned at the Geneva Convention. We don't have those anymore. Yeah. And you're right, Bolden. These reporters aren't ignorant. They know what the consequences will be, and they're salivating over it. It's because no one loves war. No one loves violence more than our liberal friends. This is one thing that I've tried to articulate a lot on this show over the last year and a half or so. They love to, and this is why this is why I'm not changing the title. This is why Sorkin, I think, is an interesting figure when it comes to understanding how these folks think. They view themselves as being, peace-loving. They love democracy. They love human rights. They've convinced them. All that bullshit that we know that are the rulers of our society use to justify their own violence, these humanitarian purposes, protecting human rights and all this stuff. Liberal, they really believe this. They really believe this. They think that they care about these things. They think they're benevolent. They think they're against violence. And they're against authoritarianism. And they're for peace and protecting people. No one loves fucking bombs and invasions and death more than these people. There's interesting parallels when it comes to this invasion of Ukraine. We've explored this on the show a little bit before, the way that Putin is directly himself inspired by the invasion of Iraq, not just like militarily, but he's inspired by the ways that Americans and Westerners in general use this pretense of human rights and these appeals to like the greater good to justify what ultimately is like a violent invasion. That's exactly what's going on in Ukraine right now. That's why I say often that we shouldn't take it at face value when he gives these reasons for doing it, these humanitarian purposes. He's very much inspired by liberal rhetoric when it comes to describing these things. I've got a few friends that love NATO but also refuse to see how NATO operates. Well, there's a lot of pro-NATO leftists out there right now, which is tricky. And you're talking about the fucking eastward expansion of NATO. And it's like, oh, stop West-splaining. Did you see that thread by George Monbiot today? We can take a look at that as well. Stop West-splaining. When you're talking about the eastward expansion of NATO, stop, you're denying Eastern Europe's lived experience. And they're democratically deciding that they want to be part of these things. They want to be part of these Western institutions. And don't just blame the West for everything, for expanding like this. Like they're like the West, stop West-splaining. And saying it's the West that's behind all this and forcing all these places to join NATO. Jesus Christ. I would like to announce that I'm home from grocery shopping and the mask mandate has been lifted and it's fucking terrifying now. Oh, Jesus Christ. I believe we still have a mask mandate in public places in Montreal, but I'm not sure when that's being dropped. But I know it's going to be really disturbing. I'm still wearing my mask at the grocery store, even though it's not going to do all that much when no one else does it anymore. And that's the whole fucking point of them in the first place. Anyway, let's keep looking at this clip, okay? Again, no one loves violence more than our liberal friends. They like to dress that up in talk about human rights and respecting sovereignty, and they dress it up in this language, this social justice-y language, but no one loves violence more than these people.
Tomorrow, of course, he is expected to ask for more assistance, as my colleague noted. A lot of the U.S. positions on that haven't changed, as you just said, when it comes to the no-fly zone. But on the aircraft specifically, the Pentagon said last week that Secretary Austin said they do not support the transfer of additional fighter aircraft at this time. Is that...
I'm also in Montreal. Apparently no more mandates whatsoever by mid-April. Great. I mean, we just had a huge... This is the fucked up thing. I mean, in Montreal specifically. And sorry, we're getting off topic. I do want to finish this video. But just to keep going on this, though, we just had a few months ago, and like I feel like I'm losing my mind, we were locking down the whole city at 10 p.m. at night. It was literally illegal to go outside. And we went from that in late December to now mid-April, and we're just dropping everything. How someone make that make sense? Anyway, let's continue watching this clip. Let's stay on topic here.
Still the United States' position.
Would a strike in Poland on supplies or anything really automatically be met with a military, forceful response, or simply a conversation amongst allies about how to respond?
There are reports that a Russian drone made its way into Polish airspace before going back to Ukraine and being shot down. Does a drone into Poland count?
Former ambassador to Ukraine, Maria Ivanovich, has been quite...
What's it gonna take to escalate this into a full-scale war, sir? What if a drone flies into Poland? Does that count? And like fucking, this is the thing that makes me feel crazy. The history of the last 20 years, I mean, to say nothing of the last 70 years, just the last 20 years of the US-led war on terror and the litany of horrible crimes that have been committed, that all these people are like, I guess, just A-okay with. And there's never been any sanctions. There's never been any consequences. We talk often about the Kunduz hospital airstrike, I think is the ultimate example of this phenomenon. Oh, we investigated ourselves when we found out that it wasn't a war crime, actually. Yeah, no. It was really unfortunate that we killed all those doctors and nurses and patients and everything, but we looked into it and it was just a big mistake. It was a mistake, you know? Nothing we can do. And there's no sanctions. There's no one gets in trouble. No one goes to jail. There's no consequences. All of these people just are stenographers for the establishment that's responsible for that. Their whole career is to be a stenographer that just writes down what the generals and what the national security guys say, tell them to think, and they go, oh, thank you, and they just write down what it is. That's their whole job. And then when it comes to this, they're like, what if the drone flies of 1 meter across the Polish border? Then can we start a war, please? It's like, it's truly fucking amazing to me to think about. If I, an American, stub my toe in Russia, can we go to war? Please. What if he looks at us all mean like? We have to keep shamefully cowering. It's truly unbelievable, these people. Did you hear about the U.S. Senate declaring Putin a war criminal? Meanwhile, U.S. doesn't even submit itself to the ICC. And in fact, yeah, they have that law in place where if any American is ever accused of war crimes, they can invade the fucking Hague to get rid of, to free them. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't doubt that crimes are being committed in this invasion. I mean, just as crimes were being committed in the previous years, you know, by the Ukrainian military backed by the U.S. as well. Let's not lose sight of that as well. But there are serious crimes being committed in this invasion. Absolutely. But what credibility does the fucking U.S. government have to talk about this? To engage in this kind of like sanctions and economic warfare? To accuse someone of being a war criminal? And again, if we want to say Putin's a war criminal, I'll agree. I'll agree with that. If we include Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, if we're going to start calling out war criminals, I agree. Let's do that. We should do that. But there's zero credibility when we're just saying Russian man bad. You think we're so innocent? That's right, Sin Chow. You think we're so innocent? We got a lot of killers. The truest thing this man ever said, the truest thing Donald Trump ever said, which of course liberals like this lost their fucking minds over. We got a lot of killers. He was absolutely correct. That's what I mean. They've no credit. We've talked about credibility. That's what I'm trying to keep coming back to. There's no fucking credibility.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Donbass will be free.
Thank you very much, Unelectable Airwaves, for the 6 months of Tier 1. I can't believe you would equate the West with Putin. Yeah, no shit, the West is way worse. And like, this is the thing, that's saying that is not saying this. I know liberals have a hard time understanding this. When you say that, that's not saying Putin good. That's not the point of saying that. Putin has done terrible things in this invasion, in like Aleppo, even if you get into the Syrian war and conflict and how that started. Obviously, the West also has blood on its hands in that situation as well. Very similar to Ukraine, actually. Yeah, if you're just so it's not denying that Putin has done bad things or is doing bad things currently. If you want to just stack up bodies, if you want to just literally take the last 20 years and show who's got the higher body count, I don't think any of these liberals are going to be too thrilled with what the result of that is going to be. Trump is great when he lets the mask slip. Well, Freya, I've talked about this a couple of times, but that's why liberals hated this guy so much, right? Because he exposed the truth and the reality about what American empire does and is. And his refusal to talk about like the Iraq war, these things in these kind of humanitarian terms, and just saying like, we should have taken the oil. Why didn't we take the oil? He just tells that he exposes the reality of what it is. And this goes back to what I was saying about Obama and everything like that. It's a mirror for these people. He held up a mirror to these people, and they did not like what they saw. You think we're so innocent? It was the best. He was absolutely right. And of course, they freak the fuck out over that. When liberals look at Trump, they're seeing their own reflection. That's what I mean. Yeah. Like I was talking about how people like Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, once there was an enlightened, intelligent, well-spoken, benevolent liberal in charge of the United States government and the imperial death machine, all of a sudden there's completely inability to have the same level of like sharp satire because they could see how their own ideology was absolutely complicit in all these horrible crimes. Fisher in Capitalist Realism describes this feeling where people wake up every day like a blank slate. The reality here is akin to the multiplicity of options available on a digital document, where no decision is final, revisions are always possible, any previous moment can be recalled at any time. Yeah, I gotta read that. Such cheerfulness can only be maintained if one has a near total absence of any critical reflexivity and a capacity as he had to cynically comply with every directive from bureaucratic authority. And just remember Don's face. Remember Don's face when he sees the pilot epaulets and the little wings. as soon as they're in the face with that bureaucratic authority. Dude, they just let 1 million people of their own needlessly die of COVID. You're right, Rootbeard. Or like look at Afghanistan right now. Starving millions of people in Afghanistan right at this very moment. Right at this very moment. Not in the past, not 5 years ago. Not 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Literally right now today. The April Shot is wonderful, Doc. We gotta watch all these shows. We have to watch all of Newsroom and all of Studio 60. We should do this as a community. We owe it to ourselves to do this. Sanctions are all of a sudden good too. Exactly. The U.S. should be sanctioned. Someone should sanction the U.S. for war crimes. Someone should sanction the U.S. Or Canada for committing genocide against indigenous people. Please. We deserve it. If we're going to play that game, let's be serious about this stuff. Let's not be hypocrites. Let's have a moral standard that we're not only expecting other people to live up to, but we live up to ourselves. I don't think that's that much to ask, actually. I don't think that's that much to ask.
Well,
let's continue this.
Putin is a bully, and he only understands strength. Is the president showing enough strength against Putin? If Putin were to use chemical weapons,
is he showing enough
would it
strength
change
against
the
Putin?
president's thinking when it comes to these MiGs, taking the no-fly zone off the table, but at least on this issue? Are you prepared? Can you give us any more details about what that threat means of severe consequences? The president obviously made the same threat last week. Is that purely economic consequences, or would there potentially be a military threat? Go ahead.
So,
they can't get enough.
For weapons, President Zelensky has also requested that the U.S. be more involved in negotiations toward a peaceful resolution to the war. What is the U.S. doing to push those negotiations forward?
Well, one of the steps we've
Thank you,
taken,
Ryan.
a significant one, is to be the largest provider of military and humanitarian and economic assistance in the world to put them in a greater position of strength as they go into these negotiations. We also engage and talk to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, and the president and this national security
Ryan's
team
a problematic
has rallied the world in being unified in their opposition to the actions of President Putin. So those are the steps we're taking. We also engage
more military funding
oftentimes before and after any conversations that any of these global leaders are having with both Russians and Ukrainians, and encourage them to make sure they're engaging with Ukrainians.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Hello, chat.
Hello, Risk Inverse. Risk Inverse, thanks very much for the 4-month streak. 9 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Risk Inverse. What about peace talks? We're sending them lots of weapons. Yeah. We're sending, but don't worry, they're peaceful weapons. They're very peaceful weapons that we're sending them.
Reach an agreement with Russia and have U.S. sanctions released as a result?
Well, he's the leader of Ukraine, so he's empowered to have a negotiation with Russia, and we're here to support those efforts.
That's a yes.
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of a negotiation, but we are here to support those efforts. We discuss and have conversations with him, with his team on a daily basis.
I think this one sums it up. This one sums it up nicely. The president showing enough strength against Putin. It is cringe. Folks, we're going to talk about this more, okay? We're going to talk about this more. I would like to take a little break. I would like to take a little break. All right? I have to go to the bathroom and I'm also thirsty. I drank my Monster in about 45 seconds, if you saw that earlier. We'll talk more about this. We can watch the Zelensky whatever he said to Congress, or when he talked to Parliament yesterday. We can take a look at the Canadian angle. Lots of stuff to get into here. Okay? So just let me take a brief break. Okay? Give me a moment. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll leave you with this. Talk to you soon. 80s dance party vibe. I wasn't sure what the, remember the 80s? Remember that? Remember the 80s? I know you do. I know you do. Only 80s kids know. I actually don't really remember. I don't really remember. I was 7 in the end of the 80s. So I remember the 90s very well. I vaguely remember the 80s. I love doing that music though. I really do enjoy that new track. It's definitely more in my pop arc. Okay, what is this? What is this prediction? Oh man. Rob on an Island can only pick one album. Issues by Korn or Significant Other by Limp Bizkit. Rob Russo, the unapologetic synth popper. That's right. Issues by Korn. What was Issues? What tracks were on that? Okay, that was the one with Falling Away From Me. That's the only one that I remember from that album. And Significant Other had Nookie. Break Stuff. Those are the two big ones on there. Listen, when they were a popular band, I hated Limp Bizkit. I hated Limp Bizkit, I must admit. And I did really like the first Korn album, the self-titled one. Break Stuff is good, Sinchel. I liked the first Korn album, and I really liked the second one, Follow the Leader. So if it had been either of those two, I would have gone with Korn. Unfortunately, I am going to. Sometimes you do have to hand it to them. Sometimes you do have to hand it to them, folks. I am going to have to go with Limp Bizkit. Significant Other. Whether you like them or not, and I wouldn't call myself a fan of Limp Bizkit. I wouldn't. Nookie was a big single, and Break Stuff is just objectively good. That's just a good song. I'm sorry to say. I guess it's just one of those days. Feeling like a freight train. I hate this band. Well, the thing is, I'm not a big Korn fan either, but I do like those first two Korn albums, and I would have easily picked either the self-titled Korn album or Follow the Leader. Both, I started listening to Follow the Leader shortly after I started smoking weed, and I remember really enjoying on headphones listening, getting high and listening to Follow the Leader, and being like, whoa. When I was 15 or 16. I must say I did enjoy that. But Falling Away From You was an okay single, but I really am not familiar with the rest of that album. Popping that CD in the Discman. Or in one of those, I listened to it in one of those old I had the MP3. I got the MP3 off of Kazaa. Listening to it on an old Dell PC. And I changed all the Windows colors to make it cool and edgy. All the Windows colors In the Windows XP, I made it all black and different colors. To make it look cool. Let's do it on Winamp. Got a good Winamp skin going? Some corn? Yeah, bigger wig. Hell yeah. I had a mini disc as well. Yeah. I had a mini disc. Winamp, folks. Yeah, I got corn, followed the I'd smoke some weed. Huddle around with some of my shitty teenage friends and smoke some like shitty weed out of like you carry the joint in a little tape cassette case. Get home, go on the old PC with my cool color, like my special color, different color windows that I had set up. Fire up the Winamp. Yeah, outside in the cold. Yeah, exactly. In the wind. Exactly human person on Earth. That's the exact vibe. That's it. We would say ditchweed. I think kife we would say a lot. I don't know where that comes from. Yeah, freezing cold fingers. Get inside, fire up the old PC, Winamp, corn, follow the leader on headphones. That's a great time. But this prediction wasn't about follow the leader, was it? It wasn't about follow the leader. It was about corn issues. And I remember when they debuted that single, Falling Away From You. It debuted on South Park. Because I was kind of I liked other stuff. I liked other music as well. I wasn't like a huge Korn fan, but I was interested in this new album because I liked Follow the Leader. And they debuted the new track on South Park. I remember this. I found it a little underwhelming though. It was a little underwhelming. I wasn't crazy about it. To me, it didn't match up the creative and artistic genius of Follow the Leader.
Well, this sure has been a wacky night, but me and the gang learned a lot, and we hope you did too. You all perceived us to be mean, evil people, but really we're just normal guys. And we all perceived pirate ghosts to be real when actually they were just cotton swabs. So I guess the lesson is, it's easy to perceive something some way and then be wrong. So we all need to learn to be a little less perceptive. Yeah. The gang and I wrote a song about it, and it goes a little something like this. And a one, and a two, and a...
I don't want to play it because of the... Good times. We sometimes like to curate these nostalgic vibes, don't we? We like to look back. We like to look back on our teenage years. I like the one where they detuned the bass so it hit super low. Isn't that like all the songs? They were all like that. You could hear the strings like flapping around on there. It was barely even making a note. That was a big part of the appeal. Right? That was a big part of that appeal. I remember I got my first Korn CD and my dad wanted to listen to it on the drive home and I got scolded pretty heavily. Oh no. No. Yeah, my mom was not super into that kind of shit either. The string flapping was sick. My mom was really put through it because my older brother Matt loved, 80s metal and the Guns N' Roses and stuff, and my mom just hated that stuff. My mom likes Enya and stuff. Like, my mom doesn't have really like crazy musical tastes, even though she grew up in the 60s and everything. She was big into Enya. That was like her big thing. And Enya does slap. That's true. That is true. I agree that Enya is good, but she hated Guns N' Roses. She hated Axl Rose's voice. And then when I got into like hardcore, and again, like Korn was the most mainstream heavy band I listened to. I was really into like hardcore and like the Victory Records bands and stuff like that. My mom was not happy about this. Like that was worse than Axl Rose, and she hated Axl Rose. My mom really loved Elvis and Prince. That's good mom music. I gotta say, I love my mom. Very, very like, couldn't have asked for a better mom. Very supportive person, very caring person. Not someone that I took a lot of like musical inspiration from though. That was more my dad. My dad who loved Dire Straits and Steely Dan and, all the classic dad rock. Which I now that I'm a dad, almost in my 40s, I'll listen to this now. Axl Rose's voice is so annoying. I'd much rather listen to death growls. I gotta say, I love GNR. I love Appetite for Destruction. Is one of my, I think probably that's a top 5 rock album for me, easily. And you might find his voice annoying. You have to admit though, it's a fucking bold. This is a debut vocal performance, and pretty memorable, and I think very like technically a very strong vocal debut, Axl Rose. But the real brilliance of Appetite for Destruction is not only just the production of it, but Slash and Izzy Stradlin. Everyone remembers Slash from Guns N' Roses, but Izzy Stradlin, the more rhythm guitar player. You listen to Appetite for Destruction, you see the way that guitar parts play with, like, go back and forth with each other. Really, the band was great. Steven Adler on drums as well. Really good drummer. My mom was so sweet. She knew Jinkos were in fashion, so she got me some, but it was summertime, so she did me the favor of hemming them into shorts. It just looked like one of those vinyl skirts from the Jetsons. Just looked so bad I threw them away. I think I've talked about this before at Outrun. My mom tried to warn me about the Jinkos. She was like, listen, I'm not going to tell you what to wear. Wear whatever you want. I'm telling you, though, and I know that later on in life, you're going to feel silly for wearing big, giant pants like this. And I was like, no, I won't, Mom. No, I won't. And she was absolutely right. She didn't, but she got me some. I wore them. I proudly wore them just for probably a year and a half. I was into the baggy pants trend. Not for a very long time. And thankfully, this is before like digital photography became like super prevalent. There's not a lot of images that exist of me from this time, thankfully. If I'd grown up in the Facebook era and there was a whole thing of like me being 15, 16 wearing big giant pants, I'd be just mortified. And every time I posted anything that someone didn't like on Twitter, they'd be like, oh, this you? And they'd post a picture of me with the pants. That'd be horrifying. Don't even want to imagine that. I don't think there's any images that have survived with me of this time period. Oh, you want to put the entire Guitar Center winter catalog in your back pocket? We've got you covered. Oh, you want to, when it's raining, do you want to have wet pants up to your knees? Do you want to have wet pants up to your knees when it rains slightly? This is the article of clothing for you then, if you like this. They're so heavy and smelly, reeking of cigarettes in some girl's basement. It do be like that, though. Every single time Facebook reminds me of something I posted, I cringe and delete it. And there's a whole I have a whole pop music era. I was a band guy. Do you know how many pictures there are of me in embarrassing, weird situations? Thankfully, I haven't made it easier for people to find this kind of stuff, but it's out there. Of me looking all very ridiculous. No, Sam, no. No, you don't need these pics. Oh man, Old Dutch, I've got to see that. My most embarrassing photo is when I had a powder blue fleece leisure suit, complete with matching plush Kangol hat. Oh my goodness. That sounds great. Yeah, disposable cameras. I think I have this disposable camera still from like 2006 that I've never developed. Do you think the film would still be good in there if I went to get that developed? I saw a meme about Jinkos the other day. Was it like Breaking Bad, or it was like some TV show like with the characters wearing Jinkos, and they had the wet bottoms too to make it even more nostalgia. Luckily, I got into grunge mostly pretty hard. Shortly thereafter, most of those clothes are still mostly okay. Yeah, you can do okay with that. I mean, look, I got the flannel right now. Flannel's a big part of that, right? Anyway, I've already been, just in the last week, I've exposed you to all kinds of embarrassing and compromising pictures of me, so I'm not going to do that again. Thankfully, though, the Jinko era was not part of that. I'm very thankful that no images of my Jinko era really survived. If they did, I have yet to see them. I'm way off track here. It's true, HTA. Jinko was the peak of Western civilization. It was literally all downhill from there. When we look back in the future historians, they're gonna be like, this is when Western culture just peaked. This is the end of history. This is how we dressed. It was the end of history. And we wore big ass pants that got really wet in the bottoms when it was raining. Why did they do this? We don't know. We don't know, son. No one knows for sure. Still got that 80s bop stuck in my head. Good. I'm glad you like that one, Kijiji. I've been spinning in my head for several days as well. The salt stains in the winter. Yes. No fun, Nick. The salt stains in the winter. Unbelievable. Me, my dear, replace the Twin Towers with 2 Jinko legs. I feel like that exists. For some reason, I feel like that probably exists. Fukuyama was talking pants the whole time. Jesus. Our culture just deserves to be destroyed, doesn't it? We had everything. We had everything. We had the imperial spoils of decades and decades of murder. We won. We were the undisputed masters of the whole globe. This is what we did with it. This is how our culture responded. We used it to create enormous pants. Jesus. Hubris. We had bum equipment sweatshirts. I remember those, yeah. We had them. We don't deserve this place. Okay, here's a nostalgia thing. Does anyone remember, for a brief period, for probably a year or two when I was in elementary school, so that was probably like 6th grade, early 90s, early mid-90s, Airwalks as well. Co-ed naked. Do you remember that? Did anyone have that? That was the cool, edgy, preteen brand, Co-ed naked. Remember that? Any sweatpants wearers? I'm wearing sweatpants right now. I really only got into sweatpants later in life. Okay, actually, I can't. I was just about to Google co-ed naked, and it's like, wait, that's not gonna be good. Don't Google that on stream. This is what it was about. This is what it was all about. 5th or 6th grade. That really would be an R.I.P. Rob stream moment. Were these like the Big Johnson shirts? I believe so. I think that was part of the same. That was part of the same genre. Much like the medieval period, we showed our wealth in the sheer volume of fabric we could don at once via jinkos. We used to be a real country. Turn that shirt inside out, young man. That's what it was in 6th grade. I don't believe I had one of these. I remember No Fear. No Fear was big for a while in Brockville, Ontario. No Fear, co-ed naked. Any No Fear heads? We're not even talking about the important shit we're supposed to talk about now. We're doing nostalgia again. Hypercolor, yeah. Sean Meat, yep. Hypercolor, absolutely. Had a couple of those. Where am I supposed to put my hammer with that little thing? The Carpenter jeans, for sure. Carpenter jeans from the Gap. Everyone in my junior high wore CK1. My older brother was really into that. I had 2 older brothers. One was like 4 years older than me, and the other one is like 8, 9 years older than me. My middle brother, he was big into the CK1. I graduated high school in 2004. Anyone else around that age unable to wear band t-shirts in high school because of the Columbine shooting? I couldn't even sport a Garth Brooks t-shirt. It was cool that you wanted to wear a Garth Brooks t-shirt, though, Outrun. That's cool. Bum equipment. Bum equipment. Classic. Okay, we should probably now stop talking about this. We've alienated everyone that's not completely on this, didn't grow up in this exact milieu. If there's people that didn't grow up in this at this exact time period, they're just looking at this like this is some weird fucking historical artifact. They're looking at us like we were in a zoo right now. Respect your elder millennials. The geriatric millennials, folks. No more old people nostalgia. We're supposed to talk about politics and stuff. It's an older chat. Nobody's being alienated. We're supposed to talk about serious political issues. At my school, they made my friend take off his Oakland Raiders jersey. Well, that's gang shit. That's gang shit. Somewhere coal mine is just confused as fuck. That's true. What could be more serious than Jinko jeans? How many years until we get a new metal Super Bowl halftime show? We must be close, because like the Super Bowl this year was like very, very like, remember this? Remember the 90s? That's what the whole Super Bowl was. Like all the ads and all this the halftime show, which was actually quite good. That's what it was about. Will the president call for a Jinko fly zone? I couldn't wear my Raiders starter jacket. You had to settle for the Charlotte Hornets one. Huh? You had to settle for that Charlotte Hornets starter jacket. Those were fly as hell, though. So we must be close to a Super Bowl, a new metal Super Bowl, for sure. The Ace of Base halftime show. They had some good tracks as well. Umbros. Oh man, that's a big one too. Umbros. Absolutely. I just don't. I honestly. I know we have like a tendency to live in this perpetual like nostalgia. Look at this lady too. This lady's like, what is this guy wearing? But like, I don't see a situation where these come back in style in any real way. Like, not seriously. Maybe, perhaps, ironically. Perhaps ironically, I just don't see this ever becoming like a big cultural trend again. This is how I picture every male viewer of the show. She's looking to hit because he's fly AF in those jeans. They look better when you're also drowning in a t-shirt. That is a funny... The regular top with the pants. Like, that's funny. He just looks like a guy. He just looks like a guy. Oh my god, cool, Jay. Now you're sharing something about Ace of Bates or I have a secret Nazi past. Oh my goodness. Concealed carrying in my Jinko. You can hire bring a whole Stinger missile. Maybe that's what we should be sending to Ukraine as humanitarian aid. You can send a bunch of Jinkos and they can conceal all kinds of shit in there. You got a Stinger missile in one leg and an AK-47 and a couple AK-47s in the other one. It's the mullet of clothing. Business in the top and party on the bottom. Surface to air Jinkos. We've gotten so off the rails here. You're not immune to baggy pants. This has gotten so off the rails. We're supposed to be talking about serious political issues. Now this is what we're doing. Eastern Europe finally had access to blue jeans, so we went overboard to upstage that. Maybe that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Someone needs to Photoshop Zelensky in some Jinkos. It is coming back, especially in the EDM scene. The young kids look more and more 90s. It is fucking trippy. That is trippy, the way that, like, the 90s are coming back in many ways. It is bizarre. The way that, like, the 70s were kind of popular when I was a teenager. Our 70s is now, like, the younger generation now. They look at the 90s like that. That's a weird thing to think about. Feels like little bits and pieces have been coming back for a minute. Yeah, but the Super Bowl for me was a big, like, oh shit, we're really going back in full-fledged 90s nostalgia now. It's very strange. It's a 25 to 30 year cycle. 10 years ago was the 80s. Well, I mean, not even progressive Canuck, because I remember in the early 2000s when I moved to Montreal, that's when 80s nostalgia really started to come back. Like in 2004, the Killers put out like Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz is the movie, the Edgar Wright movie. Hot Fuss, the Killers album, came out in 2004. Or that was the big wave of like post-punk, Interpol, and all these like post-punk bands that were inspired by like 80s nostalgia. And I feel like that's been going on for like 20 years. Like all the Bravery, yeah. That 80s nostalgia period lasted from like the early 2000s to like recently. Right? It's been going for like years now. It was like a multi-decade long cycle of 80s nostalgia that we're kind of getting out of now. The Killers are a great live show. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I saw them at when they were just starting out on that tour. I saw them in Scotland, in Tea in the Park, the big festival in Scotland I went to. And they played there touring on the first album. Really good. Early Interpol, those albums are great. So it feels like we're only emerging from this funk of 80s nostalgia now. That's kind of interesting thing. Do you think Kanye is going to be this decade's O.J. Simpson? I had never really thought about that, but I think that's a very interesting analogy. Some with Franz Ferdinand as the headliner as they outshine him. Franz Ferdinand, another great band from that era, though. That first Franz Ferdinand album was really good. Kanye didn't kill anyone. Well, of course not, Maxie, but history hasn't stopped happening. I think Kanye is promoting his music at the expense of his family, and there's a real risk that a Kanye fan does something incredibly bad. Yeah, I think that's an element of it too. It's very dark. Jeez. Very dark. Let me see what else I have to talk about. We should actually get to the important subjects again, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we talk about like important subjects and not Jinkos? We've been talking about Jinkos now for like a fucking hour. Anyone see how Maxime Bernier somehow made the most reasonable tweet of any Canadian politician? A lot of this stuff has been real, like, through the looking glass moments. Most of the takes that I'm seeing that I actually agree with on this are coming from the worst fucking psychos. Either these people on Fox News, Maxime Bernier, just the absolute fucking Candace Owens has had takes on this, and I'm like, he's not wrong here. That's how grim this is. I just got here. I miss Jinkos. I don't, it's funny to talk about. I can't say I miss the Jinko era, though. I can't say I miss it. Now I feel old and sad, and that's just the TRRS experience. Hell yeah. Stupid mom jeans are back. Where's the Jinkos? Flew too close to the sun. Classic. Again, it's hubris. Jinkos sounds like a CIA intelligence program. Maybe it was. Maybe it was an op. Old and sad gang. Oh yeah. What's the name of the Canadian Stay Behind, Rob? Maple Gladio. Sorkin and Jinko owning his Papa Roach at my late 90s hell is complete. I actually blame the people that, the mods, Outrun and others that made this prediction about Korn and Limp Bizkit. I got back from my little break to go to the bathroom and get my soda and get my water, and I come back and we start talking about Korn and Limp Bizkit, and that was like an hour and a half ago. Make it make sense. Gladio is nice too. That's good. Watching the mod show and not the Rob Rousseau show. Okay. Can I do this as a title? Can I do this as a title? Is this not treating this with seriousness, with the seriousness that it should? Talk about 90s nostalgia. That's another one. Jamiroquai. Remember those guys? Yeah, that hat. It's true. Carpenter-style khakis from Old Navy were definitely a featured item on rotation in the wardrobe forbidden early to aughts. Yeah, I would say more, yeah, the 1998-99, I was big into the Gap Carpenter jeans. Oh, man. This exact pair. This was a staple. This was a staple for me in like 1998. This was pre-Jinko. Before I got into the Jinkos, this is where I was. That's where I was. What I was wearing. Before I went full big jeans mode, I was doing this. I had those jeans with the Tommy Hill logo on the loop. Okay, there we go. I wasn't a big Tommy Hilfiger guy. Those are great pants for listening to Korn in. Exactly. Okay, we gotta get off this. We gotta get off this. Jesus. So, surprised you haven't segued to Macron wearing jeans. We could maybe get to that before the end of the stream. So again, I don't know. This is how fucked up our discourse is. We have these like bloodthirsty journalists in the White House press corps basically insisting that Joe Biden and the Joe Biden administration start World War III. They're just completely bloodthirsty. Started with a stun lock. That was 100% my fault. It's okay. It's fun to talk about. It's fun to talk about this stuff, and it's like it does fit in. Obviously, I haven't really lost viewers in that time. It does speak to the elderly millennial audience of this show. We got a few 2000 kids, a few younger people. But obviously the geriatric millennials that watch this program are very into this kind of content, this nostalgia cam content. Just got here. Are these items part of the West negotiations? Yes. That's right. Take care, Outrun. Thanks. Thanks for all your help. We got some Zoomers in here. Well, I guess, yeah, for the Zoomers that are watching, this is, again, it's more like a sociological, you can see how we lived. This is how we lived in the late 90s and early 2000s, the end of history, before the decline of the American empire began, before the collapse of Western hegemony. This is our story. This is how we lived at this time. Remember us. How is Zelensky's speech? We actually haven't watched it. We have not watched it. We can maybe take a look after. But here is how fucked up everything is, though. Again, we've got these bloodthirsty liberals. The only people that are calling for, like, de-escalation in this case are, like, weird conspiracy theorists, reactionaries, people on Fox News, Candace Owens, just the worst people imaginable. These are the only people articulating this viewpoint, or Maxime Bernier. And for one, that's not going to make me reevaluate my position, but I think it should make it clear how fucking backwards our discourse is about this, where all the intelligent, enlightened liberals in the room are, you know, just these bloodthirsty howls for further escalation and further conflict. And the only people that are like, we should de-escalate and like take a look at this are like the absolute worst people, and me and some others that are good people and that are not bad. We can take a look at that Peter Schiff tweet after. Did you see MTG's recent thread? No, I didn't. Bray J. It's a fucking op to make anyone who makes a rational, reasonable case for de-escalation easily dismissible as insane, reactionary conspiracists and Putin lovers. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. In the same way that, like, a lot of these conspiracy communities have been cultivated, so things like 9/11 or the Kennedy assassination or the moon landing or all this stuff, where there's very legitimate questions to be asked about it, but because it's now the purview of these like weird freaks, it allows people to just be like, oh, look, you're not one of these types, are you? And this is the same kind of situation, I think. I absolutely agree with this. This feels very intentional, I think. Let's look at Bernier's tweet here. Bernier, a horrible person who I do not like. I do not like Maxime Bernier. I'm actually surprised he has not blocked me. He says the war in Ukraine and sanctions against Russia are not only causing more deaths and destruction every day, they're exacerbating inflation and will bring global food shortages, famine, financial and economic dislocations, and a catastrophe if the conflict spreads. We must stop escalating and instead put pressure on our NATO partners in Ukraine to find a compromise with Russia based on Ukrainian neutrality, as should have been done in the first place to avoid this war. Everything, whenever I see these tweets, there's so much of this going on. There's so much of this going on right now. I love how this, by the way, I love how this like piece in Clickhole has become so popular that all you need to do is just post this guy's picture and you just know. But this is how I feel basically about every single person that's espousing these takes on Ukraine right now. Now to take a big sip of coffee and check on Jugmeet Singh's position. That's right. We should probably do that, actually. This is how I feel about Maxime Bernier's take, and about how many people, many of these weird reactionaries and conservatives that are making this case. Yeah, I completely agree with, and it physically pains me to say it, I completely agree with Maxime Bernier in this case. That is absolutely correct. And yeah, here's what we saw what the White House press corps is saying, and here's what peaceful, benevolent, well-spoken, thoughtful liberals are saying. The Biden administration is considering providing Ukraine with U.S.-made killer drones, cutting-edge guided missiles that could accurately target Russian tanks and artillery positions from miles away, two congressional officials said. And you have Ted Lieu, the tweeting congressman. I urge Department of Defense to make the decision to win. The quickest way to end the war. Maxime Bernier's stance on this, 100% more reasonable. 100% more reasonable than Ted Lieu's. The quickest way to end the war is to give the Ukrainians everything they need to stop the Russian military. It's not the quickest way to end the war. Putin will continue the war. If he believes he can win, he'll negotiate if he concludes he can't win militarily. And we're talking about like the quagmire, how that's the intended result for people in the West right now in NATO. They want this bloody insurgency. They want Afghanistan. Russia's very famously quick to give up during wars. Exactly. They're very well known for this. What do I think is the quickest way? Like I was just saying with friend of the stream, Maxime Bernier, stop escalating, and giving more weapons and lethal aid to Ukraine is escalating it. Instead, put pressure on our NATO partners in Ukraine to find a compromise with Russia based on Ukrainian neutrality, as should have been done in the first place to avoid this war. Thank you, Maxime Bernier, for this. I actually happen to agree with this. I think further continuing to send weapons and escalating it is not the way to de-escalate it, oddly enough. I know that's what all our liberal journalists and politicians are clamoring for right now, to keep escalating and escalating and escalating. I think the way to de-escalate is to not escalate it further. So there's Ted Lieu. There's Noah Colwyn points out Lou's district is home to one of the largest aerospace hubs in the United States, led by the Los Angeles Air Force Base, headquarters for Space Missile Command in the city of El Segundo. Follow the money. And so you have Camilla from Kausachin. Here's Jen Psaki again. This is from the other day, but let's see how they respond to this idea.
In Ukraine, you are not going there. I'm trying to understand what you are trying, your end game in Ukraine. You are not going there. You are not sending troops there. There will be no flight zone over Ukraine. And will it be a fair assessment to say that you are pushing these guys to commit suicide, knowing that Russia has a superpower and eventually it will capture the main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv and all the cities around there? What's the end game?
Well, the end game is really a question for President Putin. We have completely crushed his economy. We have provided military assistance, humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainians, enabling them to fight back for far longer than the Russian leadership anticipated. And again, he has to determine what the path forward looks like for him. Thanks, everyone.
And this is the thing. This is kind of what I've kind of tried to keep hammering on here. There's no amount of weapons that we can send Ukraine that's going to make this winnable. This is the issue. The more weapons that we send, all we're doing is escalating. And by the way, this whole idea that the West is not, NATO is not supposed to be involved. At what point are we still essentially involved when we're sending so much arms and so much weapons and drones and all this other stuff in order to fight this conflict? Like, aren't we kind of involved? It kind of seems like we are, despite all these promises with NATO and stuff like that about I'm not supposed to be. They were memeing about you on Jen Zedong yesterday. I hope in a good way. But China isn't allowed to give Russia food aid. Exactly. Sending drones feels like a real borderline move. And even if Ukraine somehow win, we just armed a bunch of lunatics. This is a big part of it, isn't it? We know who's getting... Oh, they were dunking on Joe posting. I actually kind of want to see that. I'm a big fan of Jen Zedong. It's literally the only readable subreddit right now. Every other subreddit's just lining up to like join the Reddit brigade to get fucking just annihilated. They can send javelins, which are basically useless against Russian long-range weapons, but useful for a brutal counterinsurgency. And this is the kind of what we've been exploring over the last couple of weeks. Like, and this reporter is asking, is this your end game? Is this your end game? Are you going to fight Russia to the last Ukrainian, as Carl Zha was saying the other day? Ukraine isn't going to win, but these people have watched so many Marvel movies that they think the cavalry will show up at the 11th hour and save the day, driving the evil Ruskies away once and for all. Well, that's what I was talking about on Monday when we talked about like all the Reddit brigades and everything. Is that there's been encouraged, like this has been totally encouraged. This like join the good guys. It's a battle between good and evil, and join the plucky underdogs. And there's been so much misinformation about the possibility of Ukraine actually like being able to repel this invasion. And there's all these stories coming out. Oh, they've destroyed 5,000 Russian tanks and 700 Russian planes, and just like these constant stories about how the invasion is going poorly and they're just getting annihilated by the brave, heroic resistance. and convincing people like, yeah, I want to be a part of this. And because I'm the protagonist of reality, I'm going to join this fight and I'm going to help liberate this poor country. And they're just going out, they're just getting instantly fucking vaporized. And they will just level the whole country if they have to. And this is, as long as this keeps getting prolonged, that's just going to be the inevitable result. And ironically, it's the people that are claiming that they care about what happens to people in Ukraine are the people that are howling, like these journalists here, are just howling to increase this and increase this conflict and prolong it as long as possible. And then you have fucking people like Maxime Bernier saying, no, I don't think we should do that. And they're, of course, being talked to like they're Putin bots or whatever. I was out for a bit. Did you watch that clip of the Boogaloo boy crying about how foreign fighters are being treated? No, I didn't, but we should watch that. We should watch that. I know someone tried to say, no, that's not happening, but I think that was probably an op. Ukraine is simultaneously a plucky underdog who need NATO to win, but also destroyed hundreds of planes, thousands of tanks, etc. Yeah, exactly. They just need a few more Javelin. They just need a few more Javelin missiles and a few more Reddit brigades to sign up. Just head over to the front lines with like a fucking pocket full of ammunition. Just get vaporized while you're doing the floss dance in front of a fucking tank. This is going to be the big difference maker. Where is that clip? Let me see if I can find the clip of that guy. Because it was quite revealing. Can someone link it in the chat? I know it's in the Discord somewhere, but it's like there's just the Discord just popping off so much that it's like there is this. This isn't the video. This was the guy. American volunteer complains.
So for any of you who are wondering what is going on, all right, we were part of the Georgia National Legion, the 102nd Ukrainian Territorial Defense, okay? Our base got fucked up. The base right next to us got fucked up. Americans, British, tons of British dead, all right? They're not saying nothing. They're counting.
The Jinko Battalion.
Our dead is their dead. They're trying to send us to Kiev with no fucking weapons, no kit, no fucking plates. The people who are lucky enough to get weapons are only getting magazines with like 10 fucking rounds, okay? When they wanted to send us to Kiev, we said no.
Sounds like a great time.
A bunch of Americans, Canadians, British. So they told us we had to get the fuck out or they were going to shoot us in the back, all right?
Again, there's been, and yeah, this guy is like a Boogaloo boy extremist, as I'm sure many of the people that are volunteering to go over this are. And this whole movement is being openly encouraged, like we explored on Monday. This is being openly encouraged by our media and by our political establishment. And you go on that Volunteers for Reddit subreddit, which is just like, this is completely okay with Reddit, I guess, to organize volunteers to go fight in this conflict. We looked at that fucked up propaganda video about how they're winning. They're winning, and they just need a few more international volunteers to join the international brigades. And Reddit is totally okay with this while they're banning and silencing like all these other subreddits.
So me, this British
This is
guy,
totally
and another
encouraged in our
American,
society right now.
We fucking hid in the back of an ambulance to get out. We got to the border, and it was a whole nother mess. When you get to the border, anyone who has kit, anyone who has any military shit, they're fucking pulling.
Men will go die in a foreign country in their spare time rather than go to therapy. On the one hand, you got like this. You got to feel bad for this guy. On the other hand, dumbass. Like I was saying, I do feel bad to a certain extent for the people that are going into this and they're swallowing all the propaganda and they feel like they're been part of something important and big and they're trying to help people. There's been a big propaganda push and I'm somewhat sympathetic to the people that are like buying into that. On the other hand, though, these fucking extremists that are going over there because they want to go and be a cowboy and shoot people and like do that kind of stuff. Not a lot of sympathy. Not a whole lot of sympathy. When then you go over there and you're immediately getting fucking annihilated. You think the vid is fishy? I know there was a counter video that got put out that debunked this or whatever. So perhaps it is, but let's listen to the rest though. Yeah, I have more context on the guy as well, Metal Dipshit, this Boogaloo guy.
You out of the line and they're sending you back to the front. We got dropped off about 5 clicks from the fucking from the border and we walked. And we get to the border in this humanitarian group with a bunch of ex-SF veterans from England. Pull us to the side and say, you need to get, like, pulled us out and fucking, like, hit us. And they were like, you need to dump all your kit. They're pulling people out, cutting up passports, sending them back.
Like, perhaps this is fishy. We do know, though, that a lot of the people that are being empowered in this situation are these far-right militia groups, though. Right? Like, that's a real phenomenon. That's a real thing that's happening. We've seen clips like being shared from NATO and from these official Ukrainian channels with the whole like National Guard openly talking about how a lot of these far-right militias are the first people that are getting their hands on these weapons that we're sending over. They're a big part of this like defense, and like maybe this is fishy. Perhaps it is. I would not be surprised, though, if that's how these folks are acting in the situation with these foreigners that are coming in to help them and are like deciding against being used as cannon fodder about it.
So we dumped our shit. We got like in all of our we got in like Red Cross vests and they had like fucking humanitarian passes to get us through the Ukrainian border. People need to stop coming here. It's a trap. And they're not letting you fucking leave. The best way to leave is like in a Vic or a car or something. People who get on by vehicle have a better chance of hiding their fucking kit in the back, doing whatever the fuck they can, but do not try to leave Ukraine on foot if you're a volunteer. It's a mess. And it's a trap. And I have multiple people who can confirm this story for me. I'm getting...
I would prefer more Boogaloo boys get trapped in Ukraine. Yeah, so if you want to know who this guy is. Central Ohio man. So yeah, very, very little sympathy for this guy. You know, to a certain extent, I get that people are being pulled into this propaganda, this massive wave of propaganda we've seen that are trying to do good things. I do have a certain amount of sympathy for some of these folks. Not these, like, fascists and extremists, though, that are going over there to be cowboys. Central Ohio man among Americans volunteering to join Ukraine's International Legion. Editor's note. The story has been revised to reflect that Henry Hoft has been associated with the far-right group known as the Boogaloo Boys in the past. Such Ohioan behavior. I'll take your word on that. I'll take your word for that. There's also the Brazilian on the bus vid. Yeah, I think I saw that as well. Maybe I can find that.
Nem que falar. Lá tinha militares das forças especiais do mundo inteiro. Tinha da França, toda a Europa, tinha da Coreia do Sul.
I do not speak Portuguese.
Lá tinha militares das forças especiais do mundo inteiro. Tinha da França, toda a Europa, tinha da Coreia do Sul, tinha do Chile, Estados Unidos, Canadá. Cara, o mundo inteiro estava lá, o mundo inteiro. Militares das forças especiais, o mundo inteiro estava lá. E simplesmente todo mundo, a informação que a gente tem, todo mundo morreu. Eles conseguiram acabar com tudo. Vocês não estão entendendo o que é o caso soltar o míssil em cima da gente. Vocês não estão entendendo. Acabou. A legião foi exterminada de uma vez só. Graças a Deus que eu saí antes.
What else do I got to look at here? A couple things. I mean, I guess we should look at Zelensky's speech.
Today, it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on
The U.S. is very famously a very peaceful country. Famously, the leader of the world. You're going to be the leader of peace. Very peaceful. We're often saying this about the old U.S. of A. They love peace and democracy and human rights. They love all these things. Absolutely true.
on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world.
Oh my God, Brooklyn Dad's calling out Joe Manchin.
This has not seen for 80 years, and we are
He's not paying
asking for
attention.
a reply, for an answer
That fucking Joe
to
Manchin.
this terror from the whole world. Is this a
Today,
now when you need
Oh man, here's from our friends in the Atlantic Council.
I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need...
MLK was famously very pro-military intervention. If MLK was around today, his dream would be to send more Javelin missiles and drones and planes to Ukraine to escalate this even further. And as we keep pointing out, talking about the human cost of this and the civilian cost of it, which is legitimate. That's a legitimate, horrifying consequence of all this. But a no-fly zone, which he's calling for in these speeches, he's calling for a no-fly zone. He's calling for more Western intervention. He's saying, Joe Biden, what are you doing? You're the leader of the free world. You're not just the leader of America. Which is going to result in more dead people in Ukraine. That's going to be the result. It's not going to result in things getting better. It's not going to result in this invasion ending. It is going to result in the invasion getting significantly more bloody. That's the inevitable result of this, or asking the U.S. to directly intervene as he's doing here, citing MLK at the same time, very cynically. That is not going to help the people that are being hurt right now, the people that are dying right now. Having the U.S. get involved into a direct military conflict here is not going to help anybody at all. It's only going to escalate all of this stuff further, and people in Ukraine are the first people that are going to be hurt and killed as a result.
Your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based.
Name one other phrase from an MLK speech challenge. Yeah, you were elected on a peace with Russia platform. That's part of it, right? That's a big part of it.
For 3
Okay, this is an important one too.
Right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now, various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for?
Not
To
totally true.
create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people. Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something
Humanitarian
that
no-fly
that
zone.
Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on Earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky.
I no longer love blue skies. In fact, I now prefer gray skies. The drones do not fly when the skies are gray. Oh, sorry, that's about U.S. drone strikes. That's exactly right. Those are the good moral drone strikes, though. You see, those are the moral drone strikes. We don't mind those. And him asking that really does show that the Nazis were in charge. I mean, this is what I've been saying, John McCain's ghost. Like, he gets elected as the peace candidate, as the de-escalation candidate, and it just doesn't seem like it's been an option this whole time between NATO and between these extreme right militias that have big sway in the military establishment, and especially fighting this conflict over the last 10 years in East Ukraine. It doesn't really seem like de-escalation has ever been an option. And like we were saying the other day as well, and that seems to be a big part of it, is that he seems like he was under the impression that if shit did get really bad, that NATO would intervene, and now he's like, what is going on? Why are you leaving me high and dry? But yeah, the idea that like a no-fly zone, is it too much to ask? Like, yeah, it is. Because again, a no-fly zone is not going to save people's lives. It's going to result in more people dying. It's going to result in this conflict escalating dramatically. And CBC Pitchbot put together a thread about this. A no-fly zone is the restriction of airspace enforced by military means. It's not a magical spell. It's not a magical spell that makes it so airplanes don't fly. It is established by achieving air superiority over an area using fighter jets and anti-air systems to destroy all unauthorized aircraft in the designated area. Again, there was a no-fly zone over Libya as well, and it was not this peaceful thing. It involves destroying entire air forces. How would a no-fly zone work in Ukraine? NATO fighter jets would take off from NATO member territory and fly missions to destroy Russian aircraft, while anti-aircraft weapons are fired from countries neighboring Ukraine like Poland, Slovakia, and Romania. However, NATO jets would be vulnerable to fire from Russian anti-aircraft weapons, including some systems that have an operational range of over 400 kilometers. To disable those weapons, NATO would have to strike Russian territory. Again, it's not just a no-fly, it's not a magical no-fly zone. This is what this is in reality. As much as the bloodthirsty liberal journalists or Zelensky himself is asking about this no-fly zone, is it too much to ask? This is what it is in reality. If Russia fires at a NATO fighter jet, this triggers Article 5. If Russia fires at anti-aircraft systems on NATO territory, this triggers Article 5. Any attack on Russian territory or on Russian planes would likewise be treated as a declaration of war. And Putin did make this explicit as well. How about a limited no-fly zone or a no-fly zone over specific areas? Enforcing a no-fly zone anywhere in Ukraine would involve the same process and would mean a war between NATO and Russia. Will such a war escalate into a nuclear conflict? Most military analysts agree that war between nuclear powers is highly likely to result in nuclear conflict. Each side can judge ahead of time whether a particular missile or bomb has a nuclear payload and could respond in kind. Or, one side could use a single tactical nuclear weapon as a warning shot to end a conventional conflict, which could trigger a nuclear response and an escalation to all-out nuclear war. Both US and Russian military doctrines involve plans for the use of tactical nuclear weapons. How bad is a nuclear conflict? A small-scale nuclear conflict involving around 100 nuclear bombs would put 2 billion people at risk of death from famine all over the planet, not including deaths directly caused by the weapons. NATO and Russia have a total of 12,000 nuclear weapons. This is what our liberal journalist friends are asking for right now. This is what they're pleading for. And I know there's people that are saying like, well, would it be that bad? You know, would it really be that bad? I don't know. That's where the discourse has gone now. They were calling for it in Syria as well. Yeah. When the homie's convinced they'll back you if you start a fight with a dude dancing with your girl at the club, I'd actually just stand there filming you get beat for YouTube views. Yeah. NATO is the side just saying world star in the video. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing right now. Yeah, and Cradwaves, I mean, that's the main thing that's been so alarming, is just seeing the willingness of these liberal journalists, like we saw in that press conference today, to just escalate and escalate and escalate. And our political class as well. And we looked at Maxime Bernier, one of the most unhinged reactionary politicians in this country. Excuse me. With an actual reasonable take on this, calling for promises of like de-escalation, promising some kind of neutral Ukrainian state, concessions that can end the conflict and not escalate it. And if he's being shouted down as being a Putin bot or whatever. Now let's hear what Jagmeet Singh's saying about it. Jagmeet Singh. Oh, Mr. Tough Guy. It has come to my attention that Putin has banned me from Russia for opposing his imperialist war. Here's my message to Putin the tyrant. Stop the war. Leave Ukraine. Thank you, Jagmeet. Thank you. Very brave, sir. Isn't there a video of Jagmeet in Parliament after the Zelensky speech? Have you seen the really good interview Ronnie had with Joseph Massad? Oh, I saw this just got posted yesterday. This would be great. It's a little late to put it on today, though. But maybe this is tomorrow. We can check this out, Afro Socialista. We've been watching a lot of this breakthrough news content. I think they've been doing some of the best coverage of this. I really, really like the content that Breakthrough News puts out there. I was sure there was a clip of Jagmeet in Congress. Or sorry, in Parliament. I was thinking about, I'm distracted.
I thank all those who have made it possible for us to...
Sorry, I'm scrolling on the wrong window yet again. Professional streamer Rob.
I thank all those who have made it possible for us to hear from President Zelensky today, whether here in the chamber or by video link.
Today's the day I bravely declare Putin bad.
Now ask the Prime Minister to take the floor. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chers parlementaires,
Dear parliamentarians, friends and colleagues, good morning and thank you for being here today to welcome a courageous and exceptional leader.
President Zelensky, on behalf of parliamentarians and on behalf of all Canadians, it is an honour to welcome you to our House. Mr. President, Volodymyr, you are a friend. Canadians and Ukrainians are friends, and they have been for a long time. Our people share deep historical ties. In the early 20th century, a massive wave of Ukrainian immigrants came to Canada. Many of them settled.
I'm actually kind of worried about her. I feel like she's got something weird health issues going on.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found
Culture
this.
raid. Culture.tv raid. What's up, raiders? What's up? Thank you for the raid, the culture. I appreciate it. Bring it in. We're just checking out the response of our government. We were talking about what Zelensky's been saying to U.S. Congress. We're taking a look at what he was saying to Parliament yesterday and the way that, like, we're in this completely fucked up, upside down, backwards situation now where the only people making any sense about this are, like, fucking Maxime Bernier and just the most fucked up reactionary conservatives are literally the only people having anything resembling reasonable takes on this shit. And that across the political spectrum, in the US, in Canada, in the media, well, of course we have the best takes as well, but this is why it's so confusing. This is why it's so confusing. Across the political spectrum, the only viewpoint that's being articulated by anyone is like, how do we get more weapons? How do we escalate this even more? Perpetuating this like false idea that there's any possibility of repelling this invasion. Which just prolongs things and makes more likely that more people are going to be hurt and killed. And so we're just taking a look at what our wonderful Canadian parliamentarians were saying about this. I'm not going to watch this whole video.
They helped shape Canada in significant ways. Notre pays compte aujourd'hui 1.4
Today, there are 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians in our country, making it the second largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world. Whether as farmers, producers, scientists, community leaders, athletes, or frontline workers, Ukrainian Canadians continue to make a tremendous contribution to our country. But the friendship between Canada and Ukraine is not only based on this shared history, it is also based on our shared values.
Volodymyr, in the years I've known you, I've always thought of you as a champion for democracy. And now, democracies around the world are lucky to have you as our champion. Hear, hear.
With the cameras different so she can see that. That's a weird thing to allow though in the auto mod. Still can't drive. I hear you though. I see you and I hear you.
Down on your turning, and your children asking you what happened. Thank you very much.
You can easily train yourself to listen faster.
It's got an ad here now.
If you are able to listen fast, you can consume more information. So it allows you to learn from the best resources available instead of being stuck reading something that you do not enjoy.
This sounds really enjoyable to listen to something
Listening
like
fast
that.
can also help you to save time while still retaining information if you are used to a fast listening speed.
That sounds like a great way to enjoy content.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, dear Justin, members of the government, members of the parliament,
It did sound like Ben Shapiro.
all distinguished guests, friends. Before I begin, I would like you to understand my feelings and feelings of all Ukrainians, as far as it is possible. Our feelings over the last 20 days. 20 days of a full-scale aggression of Russian Federation after 8 years of fightings in Donbass region. Can you only imagine?
Yeah, after 8 years of the fighting in the Donbass region, what was going on with that, by the way? Did we have any role in that? With this fighting in the Donbass region was just happening? It was just this random thing that was just going on? This horrible thing that was happening. We had no control over it. We had zero control of it when we've been pumping arms and we've been pumping weapons into Ukraine for this exact reason. To contribute to this fighting and to escalate this fighting. We've been training some of these neo-Nazi militias in East Ukraine that have been fighting this conflict. This fighting was not just something that was happening randomly. Buildings in Donbass were just exploding on their own, yeah. And again, if you care about civilians that are being killed right now, as you should, I don't understand why people can't apply that empathy that they're showing to people to civilians and families and kids that are being terrorized and killed right now. I don't understand why they can't express the same sympathy to families and kids that were being killed and terrorized in East Ukraine for the last 10 years, which we contributed to this. We were paying for the bombs that were being dropped in this region. You know, why do we just show empathy to certain civilians in this region where we've been contributing to the civil war that led up to all this shit? With zero sympathy and zero coverage, zero media coverage, and no sanctions and no hand-wringing about human rights or any of this stuff.
Imagine that on 4 a.m., each of you start hearing...
Because they were never told about disinformation.
Severe explosion. Justin, can you imagine hearing your children hear all these severe explosions, bombing of airport, bombing of Ottawa airport, tens of other cities of your wonderful country. Can you imagine that? Cruise missiles are falling down on your terrain, and your children asking you what happened, and you are receiving the first news which infrastructure objects have been bombed and destroyed by Russian Federation. And you know how many people already died. Can you only imagine what words, how can you explain to your children that you just full-scale aggression just happened in your country? You know that this is war to annihilate your state, your country.
Two things can be bad at the same time. Well, that's the thing though, Brache. It's not even a case where people are saying, oh, these two things are both bad. They're literally saying one is bad, and one of them, I don't even know about it, or I have nothing to do with it, or I don't even want to know about it. So it's not even saying that two things are bad at the same time. It's literally saying, no, just one thing is bad. I would like to have some of this sympathy that we have for the families and children and civilians that have been getting killed in eastern Ukraine over the last 10 years, that we've been escalating this. We've been pouring gasoline on this situation for 10 fucking years. And again, he frames it as just this like random thing that's happening. I'm not going to watch this whole speech. I don't have enough time. I really just wanted to see some of the responses from particularly from Jagmeet Singh and from others there.
You know that this is the war to subjugate your people. And on second day, you receive notifications that huge columns of military equipment are entering your country, crossing the border. They're entering small cities. They are giving siege. They're encircling cities. And they start to shell civil neighborhoods. They bomb school buildings. They destroyed kindergarten facilities, like in our city, city of Sumy, like in city of Охтирка. Imagine that someone is taking siege, laying siege to Vancouver.
So, I mean, again, we don't need to watch the whole speech. The point is, do more. You're not doing enough, Canada. Yeah, I know you've been sending us arms. You've been sending us all kinds of billions of dollars. You've been training. Is this Alexandre Boulerice here? Who's a good guy, and I'm sure he's going to have a bad take on this.
I now ask the leader of the Québécois, Mr. Yves-François Blanchet, to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, it's not, okay.
Esteemed colleagues,
On the block.
Mr. Speaker, and especially Mr. President. It is difficult for me today to express myself in simple words that cannot carry or express all the sadness, all the indignation.
Well, that's the whole point, Alexandro. The idea that, oh yeah, all these bad things are happening. Kindergartens are being blown up and all these terrible events are happening and civilians are dying. A no-fly zone is going to increase that and not decrease it. This is the virtual Ukrainity. This is where I feel like I'm fucking losing my mind. Like, yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff going on right now. A no-fly zone is going to make all that shit much worse and not better. This is the main point that is just not being discussed whenever this comes up. Yeah, we saw that earlier, Afro-Socialista. In the U.S. House speech, Zelensky switches to English at the end of the speech, says, we're defending not only Ukraine, but we're fighting for the values of Europe and the world. Yeah, a bit of a dog whistle there as well. We saw that. Yeah.
All the anger roused by the dirty war inflicted on your great nation, on your great people. It is difficult for me to admit to a certain powerlessness as well, a powerlessness to do much more than express our compassion, our desire, which is only a shadow of yours, to wake us all up from this nightmare that inhabits our
Blanchet also, I mean, had some pretty. He was one of the people in the Canadian election recently that was the most surprising. He's got decent takes on some of this stuff.
I believe, is massively behind you, massively behind your people. Of course, we have asked and support the will that Canada act in the only valid way, in concert with the free countries of this world and with major international organizations,
this is the peace
economic, military, or humanitarian. Of course, we also call for ever more severe economic sanctions. This so that it is from within Russia itself, through balanced negotiations, that the senseless aggression will come to an end.
So there's Blanchet. I want to see what Jagmeet has to say. Again, we've looked at the one reasonable take that I've seen about this from none other than fucking Maxime Bernier. That's the virtual Ukrainity situation that we're in right now. Maxime Bernier with the only fucking remotely reasonable take on any of this stuff. And let's hear from now what Jagmeet Singh says in contrast. Another 14 words for you in English.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Blanchet.
now invite the leader of the New Democratic Party, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, to speak to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank President Zelensky. We heard his words today. We want to thank him for his courage, his inspiration, his resilience. We want to thank the people of Ukraine for their courage and their resilience. He asked us to imagine what it's like to wake up 4 a.m. to bombing. He asked us to imagine what it's like to explain to children. What does it mean? What is going on? Why are we being bombed? Why are we being attacked? He asked us to imagine what it would be like to lose 90
Get that baby out of there.
To a war.
What is this?
He asked us to imagine if major cities in our country, major cities and major places that we think about Montreal and Ottawa, our capital city, Toronto, Vancouver.
The NDP, by the way, the
he asked us
NDP
to imagine
can't
what it
stress
would be
enough.
like.
Can't stress this enough. Cannot stress this enough. As to imagine what this was like. Just imagine if this was happening in Montreal. Oh, imagine. Just imagine what that was like. The NDP voted. I need to get close to the mic so you really understand this, okay? The NDP, Jagmeet, sir. The NDP voted twice to bomb Libya, to establish a no-fly zone over Libya. The NDP voted to bomb Libya in a conflict in which many people were killed. Many civilians were killed. How is Libya doing, sir? Is Libya better now as a result of the NDP-approved NATO bombing campaign? A country where there are now open-air slave markets, and there has not been a stable government over the last 12 years. The NDP voted for this conflict. And we're lecturing about freedom, and just imagine the horror that the Russian man bad has inflicted on this European country. We can't even imagine it. The NDP did a war crime, sir. Not quite at the same level, obviously, but BC NDP also militarily raids Wet'suwet'en regularly. That's right. That's true. Defensive pact. Just remember, it's just a defensive pact. That's right. And there are U.S. libs who still think a third party will solve all our problems. That's it. Yeah, you're going to put AOC and Rashida Tlaib in a third party, and then this is the result. If you want to know what it's going to look like, you just look at the NDP.
If tanks rolled into these cities, what would it be like to see bombs fall on our homes and our cities and our communities, on schools, on hospitals? He asked us to imagine that, and frankly, we can't imagine that. Sitting in Canada, it is unimaginable. But we've seen the horrors unfolding in Ukraine. We've heard the words of President Zelensky. We have spoken with Ukrainian Canadians who share with us the pain that they're experiencing right now, not knowing if their loved ones are going to survive the night. We've heard from what it's like to explain to children. What does it mean? What is going on? Why are we being bombed? Why are we being attacked? He asked us to imagine what it would be like to lose 97 children to a war. He asked us to imagine if major cities in our country, major cities and major places that we think about Montreal and Ottawa, our capital city,
just
Toronto,
imagine.
Vancouver. He asked us to imagine what it would be like if tanks rolled into these cities. What would it be like to see bombs fall on our homes and
Can
our
you
cities
imagine?
and our communities, on schools,
How
on
horrifying
hospitals?
is that?
He asked us to imagine that, and frankly, we can't imagine that. Sitting in Canada, it is unimaginable. But we've seen the horrors unfolding in Ukraine. We've heard the words of President Zelensky. We have spoken with Ukrainian Canadians who share with us the pain that they're experiencing right now, not knowing if their loved ones are going to survive the night. We've heard from families that call constantly asking, are you okay? Are you still alive? It is unimaginable for us. And he asked us, imagine what it's like and please help. He asked for more help. He acknowledged.
Was that baby? What the hell? This is actually just, I think it's very interesting actually to juxtapose Jagmeet's words with this footage from Libya. Gaddafi using civilians as human shields. I think that's very interesting. That's totally normalized to that. And that's what we often say that about Palestinians as well, and Hamas and all this. That's why we have to kill those civilians. They're using them as human shields. But remember, if you say that right now about Azov Battalion, that's being a Putin propagandist. That's disinformatia when you suggest that they're holding up in these civilian targets in order to provoke this kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that'll get you banned. That's why I'm not saying that right now. That's the kind of Putin propagandist viewpoint that's going to get you banned. But you see, that's a mainstream talking point when NATO's bombing Libya and destroying Libya. Well, they're using human shields, so not much we can do. Of course, not doing the bombing was not an option. Not doing the bombing is not an option, but that's how they've justified this butchery of civilians in Libya. Whereas, again, if you suggest that this might be kind of going on right now in Ukraine with the Azov Battalion and these other militias, well, that's being a Putin propagandist. We can't have any of that.
That so far Canada has been a strong ally, but he asked for more help. And we must answer that call.
What's
Canadians stand with Ukraine and will answer that call to provide as much help as possible in this time.
Here's where social democrats are going to get you in this kind of a situation.
Canadians want to do more. And we heard from President Zelensky that sanctions are important, and we want to increase that. We know that one of the most important things we can do.
The baby knows
we know
the
that
translation
Putin does not care. President Putin does not care about the people. He does not care about his country, but he does care about his wealth. And we know the way to attack Putin, the way to make sure that he feels the pressure of the sanctions, is to target him where it counts, and that is to target the wealth that is held by his allies and oligarchs. And so we are on that path, and we need to continue to apply the most severe of sanctions possible to target specifically President Putin and his wealth.
Which we know is not happening. That's not as what is happening right now.
Canada
that's not what these sanctions are
done
doing.
its part and needs to continue to do that. We need to welcome Ukrainians that are fleeing this crisis, that are seeking refuge. We need to provide humanitarian help on the ground. We need to continue to provide that support. President Zelensky
has asked us if we can imagine the horrors of this war. He's asked us if we can imagine.
So that's where we're at. I must say I agree more with fucking Maxime Bernier and his stance on this. And then you have Jagmeet, just more escalation. We're not doing enough. More weapons, more sanctions. That's where we're at. That's the virtual Ukrainity.
Other key targets, essentially forming a human shield. In the coming days and hours, TV to say if the U.S. wants a long war, they will get it. He gathered supporters, including women and children, around his compound and other key targets, essentially forming a human shield. In the coming days and hours, the strikes will expand beyond Tripoli to hit air defenses in Misrata and Sirte. There will be no strikes east of Sirte, where the rebels are in control.
I want to stress, however, that this is just the first phase of what will likely be a multi-phased military operation designed to enforce the United Nations resolution.
The next phase will be the no-fly zone, which will be over Tripoli and rebel-held Benghazi, an operation that will involve hundreds of aircraft. US F-16s will likely take part, but most of the fighter jets will be from Britain, France, and other allied partners. The US will provide support aircraft like air refuelers and communications aircraft. And a little bit about those B-2 strikes. There were 4 B-2 bombers used. Each dropped 16 bombs. They've also been able to hit mobile surface-to-air missile sites in Libya, and they believe they can have a presence already over Benghazi. Dan and Biana?
Martha, to put a fine point on this, we are essentially taking sides in a civil war here, backing the rebels. What do we do if the rebels start behaving irresponsibly?
Well, it's a great question, Dan, and one I'm not
Couldn't
sure
believe
they
we're doing
really have
this.
an answer for at this point. Many officers I have talked to say they are watching that very closely. They're watching how Gaddafi responds. You saw a little bit of that this morning, rather
Sounds
defiantly.
kind of familiar.
But they're also watching the rebels, because that's a complicated question. What do they do? For example, they don't have forward air controllers on the ground. They don't know exactly where to drop bombs. And this is very specific. It's very hard to find sides. Sometimes in a civil war, you don't really know who the good guy is and who the bad guy is, and they're not sure who all these rebels are. They're not sure who they're backing in many places.
Jesus Christ. Whoever could have predicted that that would go badly.
Yeah, I'm going to call it right now.
Whoever could have predicted that that would go terribly. What am I on this for? What is this?
Colonel Gaddafi came to power in 1969. Inspired by Egyptian leader Nasser's nationalism and pan-Arabism,
What if these
his
extremes
revolution
start
took the
acting
motto
irresponsibly?
Freedom,
Yeah.
socialism, unity.
And
His government
folks, this is what they tried to do to Syria. This is what they tried to do to Syria as well, and it's like the same thing. We're backing one side of a civil war in Ukraine as well. And as we've been kind of talking about lately, Syria was like the first instance of this multipolarity, where they tried to do this exact thing to Syria, but having seen what happened in Libya, other countries, including Russia, were like, no, we're not going to let you do that. Not to absolve Russia or anyone else of committing their own crimes in the Syrian civil war, but we have to, again, with Libya, with Syria, and with Ukraine, the West, we do have to acknowledge our role in encouraging and fanning the flames of these conflicts. And when crimes are committed during wars that we help start, we're responsible for that. As much as it feels morally like cathartic to pretend that it's all the evil bad guys that are carrying out those things. When we start wars, when we helped start a war in Libya, we helped start a war in Syria, we helped start this war in Ukraine, and when crimes happen as a result of that war that you helped start, you have to own that. And that is what everyone in our political class or media class is not doing right now. No one is doing it.
Directed oil revenues to healthcare, housing, and education. Under Gaddafi, Libyans had among the highest per capita incomes and life expectancies in Africa. For many years, Gaddafi was a strong supporter of Palestine, Western Sahara, and Latin American revolutionary forces such as Nicaragua's Sandinistas. Early in 2011, Libya was faced with a chaotic insurrection, partly inspired by the revolts in Tunisia and Egypt, and partly led by Islamic fundamentalists. In March, NATO forces, mainly from France and Britain, began aerial bombardment on the pretext of protecting civilians, but the intervention sided with the rebels and armed them in violation of the UN Charter. With NATO's help, the opposition forces occupied the capital and later carried out the extrajudicial killing of Gaddafi. Since NATO's, quote, humanitarian intervention and the murder of
Extremely
Gaddafi,
horrific, the
the
murder
country's
of Gaddafi.
territory has become a battleground between feuding warlords and Islamic fundamentalist groups, including the Islamic State. Libya no longer has a functioning government, and the gains in public welfare under Gaddafi have been greatly diminished.
And again, the NDP, we're just watching Jagmeet Singh morally grandstand about this, morally grandstanding about Ukraine. And just imagine what it must be like. Oh, just imagine what it must be like to live in a city. What's up, Dan? Yeah, it's from Telesur. It's right here. We've got Jagmeet Singh morally grandstanding. Imagine what it must be like. And the NDP voted for this bombing campaign. They voted to support this NATO bombing campaign, which has had horrific civilian consequences in Libya. Oh, Jesus Christ. And Dan, if you want to watch this too, this is from an ABC News clip Highly recommend this as well because they get into the whole no-fly zone shit. We just watched this previously. I just came across this on Twitter and I am pro no-fly zone now. It's going to be a funny way to end this.
I'm the proof when I'm in the booth, spitting on the mic. Anti-vax. Putin hates all of them blacks. Putin is a bad racist. Put him in the ground, white or brown. And I'm in plain old town. And you know you just got found. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Unless a steak and shrimp. No, you can't stop my shine. I'm number 99. And you know I grind and shine. And you know I do it all the time. One more time, I'm teaching class. This is your whole pass. Zelensky is a VIP. Ukraine and I go insane. Put a bullet in Putin's brain. You know that is the plan. I'm a Zelensky stan. I love you, Vladimir Zelensky. You are so smart. What's the smell? Did somebody fart? No way. What can you say? Vaccinate me straight or gay. I love you, and I love to rhyme and grind all the time. And you got that sanitizer, and you know I got that Pfizer. You know I stick it in my vein. Put a bullet in Putin's brain. Do it for the Ukraine. Before I go insane, let me antibacterial my body at the party, sipping Bacardi. You know the flow. And I am a pimp, cause I am on a blimp. Eating lots of steak and shrimp. One more time, I'm 99. And you know I grind and shine. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir needs to die. I'm the truth in the booth. Take my picture, I'm a winner. I'ma eat you for dinner. Okay.
You want to go to?
I just want to say,
I love you. We need to take out Vladimir Putin, like Lindsey Graham said. Thank you, Mayor Mullins. I appreciate the time. Peace. God bless you all. Primetime Stein on Instagram. Thank you.
Amanda, there's the clip. Let's just drop this guy into fucking Kiev. This is where we're at. This might as well be Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh's position on this. They agree with this guy. This truly is virtual Ukrainity. Rob's just mad because he saw what real activism looks like just now. Oh. For anyone who wants to see what happened after this guy in Plano Council. I don't know if this is going to live up to what we just saw, Pissed.
Good. My time start now? Yes. All right, bet. So what up? My name Brian. I'm white though, and man, y'all look cozy in here, man. I need a job up in here because y'all look like you don't do nothing all day. I'm trying to vibe with y'all and stuff. But yeah. Can y'all smoke weed with the city council? Because I'm trying to get on this. If I could smoke weed, I was trying to join up in the military and stuff for World War III. But I had got kicked out of the debt program with the Army because I had failed the drug test. So we need to do something about that because I'm trying to do that, you know what I'm saying? I've been like working out. I wake up and do push-ups in the morning and stuff. I do
Drop
like
this
50
guy into the
push-ups
Reddit
and
Defense
stuff,
Battalion.
and I've been like getting buff. But yeah, what I was
Is this a
gonna say
Freaky
was,
Friday
I did
situation
vote
with
for
the last
Biden.
guy?
So I've been getting a lot of hate from people and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? The reason I did was because he said I ain't gonna be black if I don't vote for him. So I had to stay in that realm, you know what I'm saying? I had to vote for Joe Biden. But I got this little poem here I wrote, cause y'all be getting me messed up on this child support stuff. Cause I got kids. I had to show Dallas too, and I'm on house arrest.
Come on.
Y'all see the ankle? I'm on house arrest. Yeah. Kids,
Come
school,
on.
I got all this child support to pay.
This is that we live
I
in.
can't
This
do
is not
nothing,
real.
too. I've been trying to explain
It's
this.
not. Come
You know what
on.
I'm saying? I've been getting lawyers and all this stuff out here, but they ain't doing nothing for me. All these kids, it's my wallet, you feel? It's my wallet. Imagine that. Imagine how much child support that is. I can't even go out to the nightclub because they ain't got daycare up in there. So, like, what am I doing?
This
You
is
feel
not.
me?
I refuse to
can't do
believe this is
nothing. I
real.
can't join up in the military. But yeah, this is my poem I wrote. It says, they trying to make me pay this child support or they gonna lock me up. But I gotta buy them new Jordans in stock. My life in the fast lane, I'm Jeff Gordon. New Gucci belt, I'm flexing. You better be recording. I do it for the gram cause I'm important. I'm like Barack Obama cause we both white. And everyone who disagrees. It's good. My time start now?
Putin hates all of them blacks.
Folks, I gotta go soon. I'm at 20 out of 35 subs. I gotta go. I gotta go in like 10 minutes. I gotta go in like 10 minutes. I got my kids waiting for me at school to pick them up. I've subjected myself to this for your viewing pleasure today.
You can count on me.
Not enough
and have
screaming
good
into the
old
microphone
Rob
in the
to,
second
talk
video.
you
I
through
agree.
all this.
Thank you very much, Pissed. Thank you, Piss, for the gifted sub to 02 Stash. I appreciate that. I can't unmute it. I can't, Maxi. I can't. Once was enough. Once was enough. All right? I can't do 0.5 speed on Twitter videos. Should have gotten in front of the podium. They're missing all the foot and booty work. That's true, yeah. That's true.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Leftist Best, for the gifted sub. Can we get it? Do you think we can come close to the sub goal, folks? I don't know, for some reason this feels like it's getting harder and harder every day to get there. Can we get to 30? Can we do this? I'm going on 4 hours, 15 minutes here. Think about all the fun we had today, folks. We were talking about Jinkos, 90s nostalgia, new metal, Aaron Sorkin.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
G Kleppy, thank you very, very much. Ooh, a total of 69 subs from G Kleppy. Very nice amount of gifted subs. I really appreciate it, G Kleppy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So can we get? Do you think we can get a couple more going here, everybody? Don't leave me hanging. Again, I gotta go get my kid soon. I gotta go get my kid. He's waiting at school for me. And I can't leave until we at least approach the sub goal. Ideally, we could hit the sub goal. I don't feel like that's that much to ask. Okay, I can't go get him.
You can
I gotta
count
do
on
this.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pinot Noir Superstar, thanks very much for the gifted sub. Big fan of Pinot Noir, actually. I'm not so much of a wine guy. Not a big wine guy. I do enjoy a nice Pinot Noir, though.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Don't you dare forget the cookie.
Thank you very much, Tiniest Boop, for the 200 friend coin. I didn't forget the cookie today. I did a good lunch today. I made him a good lunch today. As long as you show him that video, he'll understand why you were late. Well, listen, maybe I should... While we're trying to get through this... No.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Who is that? Oh, Gen X Bushy, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Thank you for the base takes. Now new to your channel, I see why Twitch suggests you for content. Thank you, Left is Best. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. We're 5 away, folks. We're so close.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Old Dutch. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Old Dutch. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it is a Sega Genesis version. Yeah. I hadn't found this one yet. This actually goes pretty hard. This is actually very good shit, I must say. We're pretty close, folks. We're 4 subs away. We're 4 subs away. Very close. You can almost taste it. That's nothing. That's barely anything at all.
You can count on me and have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bolden, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that, Bolden. Thank you so much, Bolden. We're so close, everybody. Any prime? Yeah, any prime subs? Primers? Despite the torturous content, I feel my time today was worth $5. So that's good, Bolden. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that. I torture myself anyway, first and foremost. I'm the primary person being tortured here. We're in this together, okay? That's called being in a community. So low. G-Cluppy, I know you like that newsroom segment. Don't lie. Don't lie to yourself and don't lie to me. You were smiling when Don reported the news. When he saw the wings and the epaulettes and the little medal. When you see his expression change, you were smiling. I know you were smiling, G-Cluppy. I know you were. Yeah, no answer. Interesting. No response. Very curious. We got a minute and a half left, everybody. We got a minute and a half left. We're 3 subs away.
You can count on me. We're gonna have good old.
Oh my god, Pinklon saves the day again. Pinklon, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Pinklon. I really, really, really appreciate it.
You can count on me. We're gonna have good old Rob to
and Disturbo gifting a sub as well. There you go. Look at that. Thank you, Disturbo. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. I really don't enjoy. It's one of the least enjoyable things about being a Twitch streamer is having to sit here and guilt and shame people into subscribing to the channel. But that's what you have to do. You have to do it. So we're gonna raid Keffels. Keffels has been doing really, really good work covering the concerted assault on trans rights and trans kids going on right now and raising a lot of money for trans people. So I think that's something we should go support. Let's go over and raid Keffels. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Join the Discord server. Join the Discord server. Yeah, I gotta go pick up my kid really quick. If you do want to watch Twilight, it will be playing in the Discord server this evening. I don't think I will be there. I would like to be. I actually would like to watch this. I don't know if it's going to be possible. But I do encourage everyone to participate in this. Old Dutch, and if you join the Discord, Old Dutch posted his Kangol hat in there as well.
All right, so they're still on it. Let's see. It's a hot ticket item because hate and discrimination are the only ticket conservatives have left since the platform of fiscal responsibility is beginning to slip with their base. Oh yeah, they don't give a shit anymore. We've still got